Good morning, everyone. This is our Tuesday, December 3rd, regular Board of County Commissioners meeting, and it's also our quarterly meeting of the Open Space and Trails Board. It will be the last meeting for the year. So welcome, and thank you. And we're going to start off our agenda today with the summary of the Rio Grande Master Plan.
Hey, thanks, George. And we've discussed this several times with both of the boards already, so we're not going to do an exhaustive description of what this plan contains, but we have made a few refinements. We've been after it for some time, mainly lazy, and I think the whole department is quite proud of how this turned out. And a year ago at this time, we were trying to figure out how to plan for the trail through the gorge, and with the direction from both boards to go back and look at the gorge as a whole, I think it's been a worthwhile exercise. And just as a technical point, years ago under Title 12, when that was created, the commissioners delegated to the Open Space Board the authority to adopt management plans for the county open space, and the Open Space Board took that action at its last meeting, clarified this morning that yes, they intended to adopt the plan that you have in front of you today. However, we do like to ask for the commissioners to accept these plans, and with that I will let Lindsay describe briefly what's in the plan and what the process has been and how we see the implications of the adoption of this going forward.
So everything I'm going to go through is on our website, Pitkin OST Projects, and the entirety of the plan is there as well. Just to kind of overview the area, the plan covers roughly 400 acres and roughly 4 miles of trail. Starting at the top of our map, it includes the Mills open space, the Airport Ranch open space, the Stein Riverside Park, Red Butte Ranch open space in Stein Park, as well as the 4-mile stretch of the Rio Grande Railroad corridor through those properties. It also includes 2 fishing easements and 1 trail easement that allows the Stein Trail to exist. The 2 adjacent properties that are in the planning area but that have their own existing management plans are Jaffe Park and Gold Butte. Both of those plans, we worked with them and incorporated them in our planning. So this process has been going on for roughly 6 months. We started in June inventorying the area and also holding a series of 8 open houses focused on different user groups in the area so that we could meet and understand how these groups currently use the area and how they might use it in the future and what they would like to see in that area for the future. Also on July 4th, we had a booth out in Stein Park to solicit feedback, and we've been advertising in the newspapers and the radio stations throughout this process, promoting the public involvement, and as well as the website that people can go online and comment directly online. We took all the comments and the data collected in the inventory phase and developed the draft plan, which we presented at the last joint meeting and kicked off another 2 months of public outreach. We had a newspaper wrap advertising the project and encouraging people to look at the draft plan and participate and provide feedback. We had 3 more open houses and 1 bike tour, as well as advertising in the papers and on the radio. The website, again, was up this whole time period and was a place that we could also collect feedback. All of the public comments we received are in the report, as well as 4 letters that we received from the Roaring Fork Conservancy, the Nordic Council, Roaring Fork Mountain Bike Association, and the City of Aspen's Open Space and Trails Board. So all of that public comment was incorporated as part of this process. I was just going to go over what's all in the report and then focus on the action items. So if you look in the report in its entirety, We go through the history of the area and the public process to date, different existing conditions that are covered, or all of the different properties and conservation recreation easements, all the existing plans and policies that pertain to this area, the geology and hydrology, the vegetation, the wildlife, the plethora of the recreation that goes on down there, all the adjacent land uses, the regional trail connections, parking, signage, memorials, amenities, points of interest, commercial use and special use that goes on in the area. So we looked at all of that in the public comments and looked at our opportunities, constraints, the existing issues and the public comments for those areas, and those are separated into 3 different topics. One's property ownership, one's natural resources, and then the recreational use, parking, amenities, and commercial use for the gorge. So reviewing all of that information is how we came up with our different management actions, which I'll go into more in depth here shortly. In our appendices, we have the project map, all the public comments, existing conditions maps, the existing vegetation surveys, a map of the river and all the different sections and rapids in that 4-mile stretch. We also have our user data numbers for the gorge, as well as the action item timeline, and we also added the action item decision chart to kind of clarify when and how some of the decisions are made for the action items. I just wanted to go over briefly kind of the timing on some of the action items before I go more in depth, because there are a lot of them. There's 2 that will be ongoing. One is, the first one being looking at the potential of acquiring either easements or fee simple properties within the gorge, as well as working to increase water quality and quantity for the river through the gorge. For 2014, we propose that we look at expanding and updating our existing natural resource studies, so the wildlife and vegetation studies for the area, which would then feed into a river conservation plan in 2015. For recreational use this coming year, we would like to do the repairs for the Stein Bridge, Rio Grande Trail Phase 1, and the Jaffe Connector, a Burlingame connection study, and updating and implementing our science standards. Next year, we also need to look at the fly fishing system in there and look at getting a guide permitting system in place, as well as the open space policy on special events. And then in 2015, looking into the future, 2015 we would like to look at Stein Park and Jaffe Park improvements, and then look at the beginning of Rio Grande Trail Phase 2. In 2016, we would look at interpretive sign plans through the gorge, and then looking into the future with regional trail connections, Aspen Mass Trail soft surface connection, as well as the long-term regional trail connections from the gorge into Aspen. So the first action item in the plan is the acquisition of easements and/or fee simple properties. We heard a lot of feedback from the public on how they use the area and how they would like to use the area in the future. And so there are some gaps in public ownership in the gorge. So as always, we look at the opportunities when they come up and the potential of expanding the public's ability to use the area in the gorge. We have 3 different natural resource action items. Again, starting in 2014, we would like to update and expand the natural resource inventory for the gorge, both the wildlife and the vegetation studies. Right now, the majority of the data focuses on one property. We would like to expand it for all of the 400 acres in the gorge, and then use that information to feed into a river conservation plan in 2015. The idea behind the river conservation plan is that there's a lot of user-created trails to the river, as well as opportunities for restoration or maybe more sustainable routes, and then any potential future trails through that area. We could look at all that in the river conservation plan. Again, we heard a lot from the public of all the different ways they currently use it and would like to use it in the future, and before we can make any decisions on that, we would want to look at our vegetation and wildlife studies in greater depth. And then the final action item in this section is looking at working to increase water quality and water quantity. And this is an action item that we identified at the last joint meeting, and it would be working with the Healthy Rivers and Streams Board and the Roaring Fork Conservancy on this. The Conservancy also submitted a great letter of identifying some ways that we can start working on this in the future. So for under recreational use, parking, amenities, and commercial use, the first action item in there is working on the Rio Grande Trail. In the plan, we propose that we split the trail, the 4 miles of trail, into 2 phases. The first phase being that we look at the area from Jaffe Park to where the shale bluffs come down onto the trail. It's mainly an area that's across the wide open sage flats. What we propose in the plan is that we have enough space to have a hard and soft surface through this section, and for the majority of that, have it fully separated. We would look at areas that we could have potentially benches or picnic benches in there, places. We heard a lot from people that they would like to have the ability to stop along the trail and enjoy the setting. So we would look at areas where we could provide that. One thing we did clarify in here is that when we say that this is phase 1, we would still maintain the 2 miles into town the way we currently maintain it, so dealing with any of the rockfall or water as it happens, as well as improvements to the surface where needed. We're not meaning to say that we would no longer maintain this area. The yearly maintenance would still occur there. Then the idea being that once phase 1 is complete, we would start looking at phase 2, so the last 2 miles through the shale bluffs into Stein Park, and how we would address that. We propose 2 different options for that. The first being an improved soft surface. So as we know in this section, there are areas where the water will often saturate the trail surface. The rockfall is also an issue. So we would go through in that first option and repair all of those areas, as well as bringing in a new soft surface where needed. This, just to clarify again, does not mean we are setting up for paving. If we were to pave, that's a completely different base material that we need to go down. So option 1 for the phase 2 is improving the existing soft surface. Option 2 that's in the plan is the 10-foot wide asphalt surface, and then an adjacent soft surface where there is space. There are potentially locations where we would need railings due to the steep drop-offs, and that it may require retaining walls and locations to accomplish. The design would also need to accommodate the Nordic groomer, and we would also look at ways in which we would need to work to retain the snow in this section. The Nordic Council submitted a letter expressing concerns about our ability to retain snow in this section if asphalt were to go in. So just to summarize this, we're proposing next year we would like to begin work on the first 2 miles, and once that's complete, make the decision on the last 2 miles. In 2015, we proposed looking at the Stein Park and Jaffe Park and improvements that need to occur there. These are the 2 major trailheads for this 4-mile stretch. We heard a lot about the parking and the different parking issues with both areas. Stein Park in particular, it's not uncommon for it to be overflowing and people to be parking along the roadway. And then in Jaffe Park, we heard a lot about there's not trailer parking, not designated trailer parking, and it also will be full during different times of the year. So we want to look at both of these areas and what we can do to provide either a better design or maybe alternative transportation for the existing parking areas, and then also look at the restrooms in those areas. Stein Park, we heard a lot about the potential of a water bottle filling station, and in general, just how the public's using these areas and how we can use them better. ADA was one thing we did hear a lot about, and that there's simple things we can do to make it ADA accessible, both the parking and the trail right around those 2 areas. So we proposed in 2015 looking at those 2 trailhead parking areas. We split the regional trail connections into a near-term and long-term. The idea being that there's some short-term things we can do to improve our regional trail connections, and then in the future look at any major thing that we would need to do. So in near-term regional trail connections, we have the Stein Trail improvements. This is part of an ongoing public works construction project and has to deal with the staircase comes out of the backside of the ABC, as well as the trail connection out of the backside of the ABC down to the lower Stein Trail. So this is ongoing, and we heard a lot of feedback on that area, so in the plan we just support the need for that. The second action item is the Burlingame connection study, and this is something that the City of Aspen would take the lead on next year, and we would work with them on it, but looking at how we can get a sustainable trail connection from the Burlingame ABC area down to the Stein Bridge. This is also something that the city's Open Space and Trails Board wrote us a letter about, supporting that they feel the need for this to occur. The next section item is the Stein Bridge and trail repairs. We're well aware the Stein Bridge needs abutments replaced, as well as we can look at the connection between the bridge itself and the Rio Grande Trail as part of that project. So we propose that that would occur next year to again work on how the Stein Trail is connecting to the Rio. We also propose next year looking at the Jaffe Park connector. So from Jaffe Park up to the Rio, right now is a steep soft surface connection. So next year, as part of the phase 1 of the Rio, we would like to look at making that a dual surface connection, as well as the potential of having a single track alignment in there. And then Aspen Mass Soft Surface Trail. This is one in particular we heard a lot about, because right now the Aspen Mass Trail is there's a very steep asphalt section, and so in order to make it more user-friendly as well as a better connection for the Cozy Point Equestrian Facility, the City of Aspen in 2017 would look at getting a soft surface of a lesser grade in there that would be provide a better connection for the regional trail in there. Long-term regional trail connections, this is where we included the feasibility study information we did last summer, looking at getting the hard surface trail into Aspen. So in this we have the 2 different bridge locations that would provide the potential of a hard surface from the Rio into the ABC Burlingame area. We have the bridge location that was from the Rio to the intercept lot. We have the intercept lot connection to the ABC, as well as the McLean Flats climbing lanes. Again, these are all potentials. We're not suggesting that they all would occur, but they were the different options and ways that we could get the hard surface trail into Aspen. The idea with looking at this is that we would look at this after the phase 2 of the Rio was complete, because depending on what happens there would inform any decisions being made here. Map of all that. A few of the other recreation and signage action items include the climbing in the gorge. Right now we do not propose any fixed hardware, and that if a climber saw a route in the future where they potentially would want to install any fixed hardware, then they would go through the same process that's outlined in the Gold Beat Management Plan. We also in the plan say that there would be no climbing on the hanging rock, the overhanging rock feature. This is the Rio right here. It's just very space constrained. There would not be any space for the layer without it impacting the trail. We also propose that we need to update and implement our OST sign standards. We heard a lot of feedback on all the different kinds of signage out there and what we have too much of and what we're lacking, and so we propose that we look at all of that comprehensively as part of our overall sign standard update. And then in 2016, in the interpretive sign plan for the gorge, there's a lot of neat history, both geologic and human history in the gorge, and so there's a few different opportunities where we can provide interpretation on that in the future. For the commercial use and special use management actions, we had 2 of them. The first one being develop a commercial fly fishing guide permit system. Right now, the fly fishermen are the only commercial activity that doesn't require a permit in the gorge, and they actually have a lot of impact from the parking as well as the access to the river. So we would like to have a steering committee and work with the guide community on implementing a permit system for them. And then the second action item is an ongoing effort where Open Space and Trails is working with community development to develop an open space and trails event policy. As we know, this area continues to be in high demand, and that this gorge area will be part of the overall policy area. So in the plan, we call it out because we support that effort. And then the last action item is that we're not offering commemorative opportunities in this plan. In the final planning of Jaffe Park or Stein Park, there could be potential in the future, or the Rio as well. But right now, we're not identifying any of those opportunities. Back to Gary. Gary.
So we know there's a lot of discussion about budget items and potential costs and things that are in budgets. We thought it'd be useful, at Howie's suggestion in our last meeting, to just go back through that and clarify what's in the budget for next year, what it be coming back with supplemental appropriations if this plan's adopted, and then what's in the others.
Sure. And so, it does get confusing because some of the stuff in this plan is actually in the budget for 2014. The items that are in the budget for 2014 are the natural resource studies. We do contracting every year with natural resource studies on all our properties. And so that is a budget item that is in the 2014 budget. Also in the 2014 budget is the Stein Park repairs. The Stein Trail and Bridge repairs. That has been an identified need that we've had for years and years and years. And with our engineer coming out and looking at feasibility, he was like, we still haven't done that. So it's a capital replacement plan that has to happen. So that is in the budget at $300,000. And that would occur this year. And then potentially that will connect to phase 1. If we go through and adopt the management plan, then we would come back with a budget supplemental request to the Board of County Commissioners for the we put in the memo for 1.68, about 1.7, we'd come back with a real number. And because 1.68 is more of, we're not going to come back with a number until we go out and get bids. We'll go out to bid, we'll get a number, it'll be contingent upon approval for final funding, but we feel with looking at the costs, we'll come back with a number, and then we're also going to include the Jaffe Park connection into that budget supplemental request. So we would do one big project with phase 1, which would be the Jaffe Park connector, the Stein Bridge, and all of phase 1 dual surface in one project. And so, the other things that we have in there are mostly budgeted items like the sign plan. We've already had that in motion for our overall properties, and that's in motion as we speak now. And so that will be incorporated in there. And then, all the others are mostly staff time, and those are included in the budget. But so the major things that aren't in this, just to be clear, is phase 1 dual surface and the Jaffe Park connector. And those would be brought in as a supplemental request after we go through request for proposals. And then we're at the point where we want to take questions. We want you guys to have time to discuss. And as Dale mentioned, yes, the Open Space and Trails Board did adopt the management plan, but for management plans of this magnitude and the potential of what's going to come down to you guys to ask for these budget supplemental requests, it's a time for you guys, for the BOCC in particular, to really ask questions, seek clarity on this, and then, we'd love to see a straw poll on you guys accepting this plan too.
Okay, well, I said this last time, but I just want to again acknowledge the Open Space and Trails staff, Lindsay and Gary and the staff. You guys have just done an extraordinary job, not only putting this plan together, but the tremendous outreach that you did in terms of the public outreach, and that has shown by all the letters and all the responses. It's been extraordinary for having a public process. So great job on that. With that, questions from the board on specific aspects of the plan? Howard?
Well, just a clarification question. City Water and Sand is down in there. Have you, did you have any dialogue, or did they provide any input as to, on the water quality issues, what they would be doing in the future? Is anything going to change? What kind of role, what kind of impact would they have?
I mean, we didn't speak specifically with them on the next steps with that area. I would see that being as part of the action item and working with the Roaring Fork Conservancy and the Healthy Rivers and Streams Board to coordinate with not just them, but multiple different property owners in the area down there.
So we have pretty much, as you've just laid out, sort of the working plan for 2014. Those aspects have been budgeted in the supplementary budget that will come before us once you go out with the RFP. And then after that, we get into sort of the long range next phase, phase 2 of the Rio Grande corridor, 2015 and 16. That will come back to the BOCC again in terms of the decision points. You've already gathered enough public input and process in terms of trying to determine where the options are.
The way I describe that is to say there's questions that are answered by this plan and there's questions that are presented by the plan. The question that was answered is phase 1 of the trail. We felt there's pretty much consensus that where there's room for the dual surface down the stage flats, let's do it. Question not answered is which surface do you want in that upper gorge? And we felt that really staff came around to accepting it. It probably makes sense to set this up with an improved soft surface, dual surface below, and see how that stands the test of time and really revisit that question without a recommendation at this time.
Right, but I'm just trying to figure out, would that then, in next year, the Open Space and Trails Board will sort of be looking at those options as the year progresses, and then we'll discuss this at a quarterly meeting with the BOCC?
Well, we're kind of, I mean, the way staff is looking at it is let's get phase 1 done. And then, we kind of put it in there for 2015. Because, it's going to take a significant portion of this summer to do phase 1. And so, then it sets you up in 2015 to start talking about how's it working, how does it look, what's the public feel about it all, because until you get it done, you're not going to know, what, does it work? Is it working for the public? Is it, there? So that's when you kind of give that next step to kind of go, okay, what are the options for the future?
And then during the construction of phase 1, will the trail be shut down at all?
We can have a detour.
That's the great thing about, yeah. I mean, basically because it's going to be a dual surface trail, we'll set the construction up so you can kind of do it in a way that we do not have to shut the trail down. But I do want to say that for a period of time, the Stein Trail, the Stein Bridge, while it is being repaired and the abutments are being repaired, the Stein Trail will have to be closed. So we're going to try to minimize that, but we'll see it in the overall picture on how to time it, because we don't know exactly, we don't want to do the abutments on high water, so could we potentially do that in the fall or in the spring? We'll see that when we go out to bid.
Okay. Tim?
I think, George, your question is a really good one, because it's one that's been teed up for really a year, not just 6 months. The top of page 27, I really like how staff wrote this. After the completion of the Rio Grande Phase 1 improvements in the gorge, which is well into 2014, Phase 2 construction discussions will begin. And the idea here is, and of course Phase 2 focuses on that upper 2 miles, design shall incorporate locations for passive recreation or observation, including benches or picnic tables, locations where users need sustainable river access and potential interpretive opportunities, plus preserve the ability for the Nordic groomer to pass. And so the way I read the management plan is discussions will be ongoing, and decision points, meaning recommendations for you to make ultimate decisions about Phase 2, will be based on experience with Phase 1 and keeping Phase 2 an improved soft surface while those discussions begin and decisions then are brought to you, I think.
Yeah, great.
So that puts that off for a while.
Steve and Howie?
I'd like to also congratulate you all on a great plan. I know you put a lot of work into it, and I think the product you've come up with is terrific. The idea originally of paving the lower part of the, what you're now calling the phase one, or doing the dual surface thing, scared a lot of people, because I think, including the commissioners, because it seemed like that was setting it up to do the high bridge connection or paving the rest of the trail. But I think there was so much public input into that the bicyclers wanted to have that lower 2 miles paved, or at least have the dual surface so they could be on a paved thing, because it's just a soft ground and it's a hard stretch to bicycle through. And they were asking for that, even if it still was a soft surface the rest of the way into Aspen. And I'm comfortable with approaching it that way, because it is improving it for the people who, bicyclers who want the pavement on the lower part, and it preserves the soft surface for everybody else, and to maintain the soft surface for the ski trail too. I'm also pleased with the fact that the city of Aspen's looking at the connector trail to the Burlingame, because I know I looked at that a lot, like trying to figure out a good route for that. It seems like there's a whole user group there at Burlingame who didn't have a good connection to the Stein Trail and to the Rio Grande Trail. And the fact that the city is looking into it, I think, is terrific, because that'll, if a trail can be put in there, that's going to make the whole Rio Grande Trail a lot more accessible for that whole user group. I mean, they have ways they can get there to go to the business center and then go down, but something more direct, I think, will be really good. And since I'm a Nordic skier, I'm partial to the effect that this plan would have on the Nordic skiing, and the potential of having the cat going down through there grooming it. And I think that this plan answers all of those questions, that, you know, keeps it at the best level for the Nordic skiing. So again, congratulations on a great plan, and I could support this 100%.
Howie?
Just to kind of follow on what Steve's saying and what Gary's already mentioned, I think the expectation is 2014 is going to change the whole sort of the activity levels or activity potentials, particularly with the dual surface being built down there on phase one, the lower 2 miles. And Gary's intimated is that then we'll get new data, we'll get new usage levels, so we'll see how the public responds to that changed asset. But during that, the upper 2 miles, Gary's mentioned, they're going to be able to continue the more aggressive maintenance efforts to really maintain a more durable soft surface, so to speak, to see how it does work for the user groups. So we get a little more evidence on activity, ridership, walkers, snow retention, that sort of thing. So I think it's important for us to keep in mind that, notwithstanding that, even though Gary and Lindsay have laid out kind of a timeline, it's important to not feel compelled to stick to that without taking a look at what the activity, what the experiential, the empirical data shows in terms of who's down there, who's using it, what kind of work needs to be done. Because I think that's going to be very meaningful, because it's going to be an altered area, I think, for the better, no questionably, but we need to be able to see how that turns out. And obviously weather plays a big factor on everything, both winter and summer, in terms of user levels. As the city's representative on the Open Space Board, because I'm on the city board, it's very important for us to see how we can link down from Burlingame to the Rio Grande corridor, the Roaring Fork corridor. So that study next summer is really going to be important, see what can be established. Because that's where the future population in Burlington is going to be, potentially 1,000 residents of all ages in that housing area. So that from the city's point of view, that's a critical step to be taken.
All right.
Fabulous work, and I really want to commend you on including this Appendix H, which is this decision-making chart, which I think I brought up the last time we went through the draft plan. It really does make it much clearer for us and the public on what we're approving when we approve a plan like this, and what really is a direction of approval as opposed to approving an exact design or an exact budget or those those sorts of things. With the new hard surface or dual surface being put in on the upper part of this trail for this plan, it'd be interesting to try to get some data that's comparative data on how usership changes based on that. The fear that I've addressed again and again with the lower part, the gorge part of this plan, and keeping that as a soft surface, is that my feeling, primarily because I use it when my dad or my mom come to town, who are much older, as a place where they can walk without fear of being hit by a bike or fear of being hit by a car. You start to hard surface that, and you've got a much higher speed limit or much higher speed being used, when the upper part I'm not concerned about because you've got a long visual in both directions. The lower part, you don't have that visual. And my dad, who's a little hard of hearing and has bad knees and wants to be on a flat surface, we're really restricted to the east of Aspen Trail, which is wonderful. And this section of the gorge, which he really loves because it's his way of kind of getting back into some side of nature without having a high vertical climb for him. But he doesn't hear very well, so a bike comes up and all of a sudden he panics when, he hears someone 10 feet from him saying on your left or on your right going 30 miles an hour or 20 miles an hour or even 15 miles per hour. That's the concern that I have going forward. And I think, bringing it back to what I said earlier, the data comparison of when you hard surface another 2, 3, 4 miles on the northern section of this, are all of a sudden the bikers that are normally using McLean Flats saying, all right, I can suffer through 2 miles of soft surface, but I'm going to be going pretty fast down there. And they want to zip back into Aspen or zip back. And I'm not saying everybody wants this, but I think there are a portion of people that don't want those people in that section of the trail because they enjoy it as a quiet walk and they don't want to have the fear of being hit by a fast-moving bike. But I really appreciate the decision-making chart, and it really points out what we're just giving direction to now as opposed to making a decision.
Any other comments, Michael?
Yeah, thank you for doing this. It's a real gem of the open space and trails. I mean, this is where most people actually see nature and come in contact with it. People who just don't get out, this is very accessible. And I think this plan, describing all the particulars of it, is a good document for now, and it'll be a good document going forward. One of my favorite parts of it was a comparison photos of sort of the old view, the railroad view, and the current view. And I just wish there were more of those. I mean, you could put a whole book together, it seems to me, of Pekin County with those views. It'd be just wonderful. And in terms of the surface descriptions, I think you should change it to an asphalted surface and a compacted surface. And because it really isn't a soft surface, it is just about as hard as the asphalt. It just doesn't have quite the permanence of asphalt. So that's what I would do. And I think reserving judgment on the gorge section with paving it, because it wasn't just the asphalting, it was all these sort of amenities that you had to make that asphalting safe. That was the real problem there. The railings, the cantilevers, all the stuff that we just learned about earlier. It just wasn't really a practical approach, and I think that the compacted surface is a practical approach. And we'll see going forward what it brings. But, you know, it's amazing to think of an industrial use. This was an industrial highway. This was huge tonnage being converted to what we use it to today. It's just remarkable. So thank you very much.
So it sounds like initially we got a nod of heads from the BOCC to accept the plan. Well, my question is, maybe Phyllis, you can answer this. Will this come back to the BOCC with a formal resolution? Or, because we're just doing a nod of...
Well, let me, can I take?
Yeah, please.
You know, I guess it's really up to the commissioners how formal you want to be. Again, the formal step was taken really when the Open Space Board was delegated the authority to adopt plans unless there's a special penalty provision in them, which this one doesn't have. Now, the smuggler plan, in contrast, had to be approved by the commissioners because there's some special provisions regarding public use up there. But certainly, I guess maybe John would have to weigh in on it if there's anything wrong with a formal resolution in this context.
All right, we'll come back and visit that, but for right now, I'm getting a nod of heads that the BOCC is comfortable with accepting the plan as presented, which is great.
That's great.
Good.
So thank you. I think this is a good breaking point to grab lunch. Then we're going to continue with a working lunch. So grassroots, we'll take a 10-minute break so we can go get some food.
I really appreciate your comments. I'll probably be like my father. Interesting, you kept referring to
It was
portion.
crucial page. Mrs. Brown.
Northern portion.
Right, yeah.
Well, I'm using the map as northern.
Right, okay.
So
Action
I'm,
plan.
yeah, the way they view the map, the way you refer to it is upstream versus downstream. Who was it?
He was interviewed as...
Okay, we're back. We're having a working lunch with the Open Space and Trails board members, and we're just going to get an update or a year review. It was a very busy, productive year for our Open Space and Trails program this year. I want to thank staff and the Open Space and Trails board for all of your hard work and dedication. You got a lot done this year, and we're going to get some of the highlights of it now from the staff, so thank you.
Thanks, George. And we were trying to boot up our photographs that are also in the packet, but our computers seem to have other ideas. So I'm just going to start into this and go through some of the acquisitions that we finished this year. It's been a big year, and it's been an unusually big year for collaborations with Cindy's department. So we appreciate that. We started the year, as some of you may recall, in January with a high level of drama in seeking to get to closing on the purchase of what's now known as the Red Butte Ranch Open Space down in Emma. There's a beautiful photograph of it in the packet, but it's also, I think, our November photograph in the open space calendar that we just released today. That was a very significant project in the ongoing partnership between Eagle County and Pitkin County, Great Outdoors Colorado, to protect the swath of agricultural land that runs through both counties down in the Emma area. And we'll see if I can show that to you. There it is. Of course, we also have the Glacier property under contract now, which is part of this landscape, and we are set to close on that early in 2014. The Redwood Ranch property sits here and climbs all the way up these red cliffs and actually comes back down them again and has a boundary down along this side. It reaches almost into Pitkin County. And the Glacier property sits here and reaches all the way to the river. So within a couple of months, we will be the proud owners of an open space preserve that's got 150 acres of agricultural land that is among the highest quality in the valley, as well as a nice piece of the lower flank of the Crown Mountain and 500 feet of the Roaring Fork River, all contiguous. So that's pretty exciting, and anyone that knows me knows that I'm pretty crazy about that whole situation down there. We also, through community development, closed on the Gold Butte climbing area and the Bunta trail easement. This photograph of the trail, I have to admit, is not actually the Bunta trail, but it's another piece of a trail that connects to that trail. That's taken on the Sterling Cooper open space, which we are working to connect out to Little Annie Road through acquisitions. This is the Nichols conservation easement that was done as a CDPUD, and no expense from open space on this, but TDRs were issued, and open space will be the steward of a conservation easement on how many acres?
Over 300.
Over 300 acres here up in the Frying Pan area, where we don't have a chance to work too often. And here is a beautiful ranch that we just closed on our final phase of a conservation easement project going over the last 10 years. This is Capitol Creek Ranch, affectionately known to many of us as the Child's Ranch. And last week we consummated a transaction we started in 2003 that was a combination, again, of community development and open space with some cash and some TDRs and the conservation of 1,480 acres in Old Snowmass. And also, something completely different, working again with Cindy's department, we succeeded in conserving a very small little piece of land with very high cultural significance. We now call the Sopris Archaeological Preserve, where there is a high quantity of lithic scatter, or otherwise thought of as stone tools, laying around in a fairly small area. And since the story came out in the paper a couple of weeks ago, I've gotten a constant stream of phone calls from the public who are quite excited to know more about this. And so with Paul's help, we're going to walk the fine line between preserving the site, trying to keep its exact location quiet, but also helping the public benefit from knowing that our relatives and ancestors have been here for thousands of years. And that kind of wraps the acquisition side of 213. And we've also been extremely busy on the land management side, and Gary's going to walk us through that.
Well, yeah, it's kind of funny, that's Jade, is our new ranger, winter ranger.
Where's Jade?
Right there, he's our new winter ranger for this year, and he was on our maintenance crew last year. This year was a big year for our stewardship staff. You just saw one of the biggest accomplishments of the program was to get the Rolling Fork Gorge Management Plan complete. And so that took over almost a year and a half of time, but this year we spent a ton of time making that happen. And so we also, going from there, we did on Sky Mountain Park, we kept implementing the plan. We built about 6 miles of new single track on Sky Mountain Park. We built the Airline and Cozy Line Trail, and amazingly, we've got over 220 volunteers with over 1,000 hours of their time on this project. That was by far and away a record for open space and trails. We always have volunteer projects every year. We've had big ones in the past. This one eclipsed anyone that I've ever seen in the past. So we have new people that were volunteering that we haven't gotten from other projects. And it wasn't just because of mountain biking, because we've done mountain bike trails on Smuggler. It was just, I don't know, this property holds a special feel for people, and they came out in droves between horse council members, mountain bike members, hiking people, and just, people who just love to go up there and see it. It was really impressive. So basically there, and then if you move down a little bit, and that was the beginning of the year, it seems so far ago, where we put the new bridge in and the Brush Creek Trail. It's gone in now, it's been in. We've gotten incredibly positive comments. Everyone was worried about putting the Maroon Creek Bridge, reusing that, but I think, Lindsay picked a great color, and the contractor did a great job, and it blends in very well in that spot and works just perfectly for our thing. And we help the horse community deal with more of the under by putting some rocks on either side so they can get on and off. And it's just been a great thing, just watching us reuse a bridge on that section. And as you move down, our bridges weren't done. We finished the Rio Grande Trail in Woody Creek. We now have a continuous stretch. That was a little gap in the middle that we needed to take care of, and we have that done, and people are using it and moving through there right now, and it's been great. And then now for the winter, he's totally set up for Nordic, and we're hoping that we just get enough snow in the Mid-Valley to do that. We also did the Gold Butte Management Plan, and we were able to open Gold Butte in 1 year. So, you went from acquisition to kind of opening Gold Butte in 1 year. The climbing community has been amazing on this. They have come out and they have, did the labor. Our crew helped, but they did the labor behind getting those trails open. They did the labor on making those climbs safe. We see people out there all the time. It's been a great, great partnership between community development, the commissioners, and the open space department to make this a reality. People are loving it. So Gold Butte is a huge, huge, kind of boon to this whole area. So we're kind of really excited that we got it. We also worked through Elk Park. Elk Park, we're going to be ready to go in, am I all over the place? There you go. Elk Park, well, that's not the great example. It's the beginning of the renaissance of Elk Park. But Elk Park, the final plan is complete. It's in CDOT's hands to get final review. And once that happens, we're going to start going out to bid. And that park is going to be totally redone in 2014. And the residents of Redstone are really excited about this. I mean, once you made that cabin disappear, and with the help of Road and Bridge has been incredibly helpful this year with us. You know, now you can kind of see how this can truly be a park. And then our summer maintenance, we did a huge project on the Rio Grande Trail. In that first 2 miles, we resurfaced a significant portion of it, and we rebuilt a significant portion of it because after last few years, the surface was just falling apart. And we did it, and it kind of showed that if we do the uphill, if we can do the upgraded maintenance on that section, it holds up really well throughout the summer. And, you know, we saw from the amount of use, we did that special use survey, and, you know, when we get days with 1,000 people on this trail a day, you know, that's a pretty good wear and tear indicator that if we just keep the upgraded maintenance, we'll be able to do it. But that was significant this year because we actually did it all in-house. We used help from Road and Bridge, which was incredible, and our summer cruise with Bill, who's behind me, and we just did it all in-house, and I'm figuring it saved us probably about $25,000 to $30,000 by doing it in-house. And we used the crushed fine material that they're producing at the landfill. It's holding up great, so you're actually creating a great product out of the landfill that'll actually help rebuild our soft surface trails.
Gary, we say the first 2 miles, you're talking about the upper 2 miles?
The upper 2
upstream
miles,
2 miles.
well, yeah, the Stein Park to right after the Shale Bluffs.
Okay.
One of the cool things we've done this year was the Basalt Bike Park. It was really cool. People love it, and people are really just so impressed that, you know, the county and the town got together and purchased this property for so many different uses, and one of the uses is now, you know, a bike park. I just consider it's just a constrained mountain bike trail, and we see a ton of people out there, and it's been a great addition, and people are loving that. And now, you know, now all of a sudden Stonehouse is looking at doing one, Aspen's looking at doing one, and, you know, it's really been a great little asset we'll see in the future. You got any more pictures for me?
No, I think we're through the pictures.
No.
Through the pictures. So overall this year, we've done a lot. We resurfaced, you know, part of the Basalt Old Snowmash Trail, and our crew is working to retain part of the Old Snowmash Trail. And, you know, through this year, we have really, you know, did a lot of projects, a lot of successful projects, and the public has responded incredibly well, because one of the things that we have seen from it is that we have gotten incredible feedback and monetary feedback. We have gotten offers of funding to do more trails, to do trail planning, and to do online mapping. And so all of a sudden, the community is seeing the fruits of all of this, and they want to help contribute to get more. And so that is one of the huge bonuses out of all of this work that we've been doing in this community outreach, is that we now have, you know, private dollars coming in to help offset some of the public funding that's going into all of this stuff.
We have an item on your agenda later today.
Yes, that does just that. So the cool thing is I handed out this little stewardship and trails action plan, and we've given this update. The Open Space Board keeps track of exactly what I do at every moment by this little plan. And so, you know, this has been a great piece for us in the Open Space Department to kind of track what we're doing now, what we're going to do next year, and what we're going to do in the out years. It really helps everyone kind of understand, you know, because we always get new ideas. There's always new things that come in the door, but we have a lot of stuff on the plate. And so sometimes we've done this plan is so everyone can kind of see what we have in place, and if we want to move things around, if we want to do some different things, we just make sure it's all scheduled out so we can tell the public when we're going to get the stuff. And so as you can see in our currently active stuff, we're not quite done with all of that stuff. One of the things I did leave out on what we did this year was the Smuggler Forest Management Plan. We did some more implementation of our plan up there with lodgepole pine, aspen stands, and an oak brush stand. And the good news is that oak brush stand we put as in your face as we could. It was right on the boundary of aspen, and we got one complaint, and that was it. And everyone else kind of understood why we're doing this stuff. And so it's kind of cool to see, and we're doing more interpretation. We're working with ACES really closely to do more interpretation about what is the grand scheme of all of these actions. So, and then under 2014, we got a huge list. It'll all be on our project website, so everyone can follow. But for 2014, quickly I'll go through Sky Mountain Park. Next year we do have some trails, but next year the big thing is we're going to do a 60 to 100 acre wildlife habitat improvement project. And so it'll be a pretty significant project. It'll be visible. We're going to make it in an area that is critical wildlife habitat. We're going to be working with Colorado Parks and Wildlife and our wildlife biologists to situate an area where we're going to reset the clock on the mountain shrub community up there. We have a lot of mountain shrub community that's all the same age. It needs some disturbance to reset the clock for wildlife habitat, and also it does provide some fuel break in this area. And so, you know, we're going to do a mechanical treatment up there. Can't do burning. Burning is going to be really difficult in that area for a lot of different reasons. Not only the big houses that are all by there, but also the airport. Creating that much smoke is a significant problem. So, but we'll see how the habitat improvement works with mechanical, and we'll monitor that over the future.
And just when we jump in tomorrow, I think we've got second reading on this agreement we've reached with Bruce Drosty to extend our ability to use his road and access, which is critical for this action item.
In Smuggler Hunter Creek, we have a lot of projects up in it. You might have seen the paper yesterday, but basically the Smuggler Hunter Creek cooperative plan that we've done in the 4,000 acres, including, you know, within our Smuggler Mountain open space. You know, we're going to be doing some projects up there, some trail projects, some habitat improvement projects, and you'll see those as we get a little more detailed. The North Star Management Plan, amazingly, that plan has been in place for 12, 13 years now. It's been very successful, but there are new challenges and there are new opportunities, I'd call them, to update this plan and potentially work with healthy rivers and streams to improve the riparian area there, but also to work on the recreation management. Stein Trail, you've heard all about. The Roaring Fork Gorge Management Plan implementation. This would be phase one. That would be in next year. And then some of the other stuff we have is the reconstruction of Elk Park. East Aspen, we're just going to do some trail improvements to make it more ADA accessible, but also to deal with some of our erosion issues and everything else. Thompson Creek, we're doing some irrigation improvements. And Red Ridge Ranch Glacier Management Plan. Once that Glacier property closes, we're going to combine the two properties and do a full management plan for both. So we're going to take the time necessary to do it. We were going to do an interim, but we're going to do a full management plan, involve the community and the steering committee, and work through how we're going to deal with access, how we're going to deal with future agriculture, and, you know, that'll deal with all the issues of parking and everything else. What else we got for 2014?
Is that all?
Nope, it's not all. They always ask me that, and no, it's not. We're going to do, due to one of the private funders, and we were planning on doing this anyway next year, is an Upper Roaring Fork Valley Trails Plan. And this is basically from about Snowmass, Woody Creek, all the way to the county boundaries up in the high country. And it kind of is, it's going to look at all types of trails, and it's going to look at all lands. And it's going to include the Forest Service, Town of Snowmass Village, City of Aspen, BLM, Pickens County, and Ski Co. We're all going to get together and come up with a kind of a trails plan. It'll help really set the stage for where are the priority areas for trail development in the next few years, and then where are the areas potentially that trails will not be developed. We need to start, if an area is not going to be trail developed, it would be really nice to show that on a map. So there's other organizations out there that would like to see that, and it would really help show that it's not all about trail development. It's about putting trails where people need these trails or want these trails, and to work within the environmental constraints to make sure that we're doing it as appropriate as possible. We also have this portal trail. It's part of Smuggler Mountain, and it's a new connection that would be created through the recently acquired Lindsay parcel, and would start right near the Lanny White Trail on Spruce Street, and it would connect with a much more sustainable, easier to navigate trail up to the Hunter Creek Valley. And then we have a lot of little things that we just got to do is, we're going to do the Pickens County Rio Grande Management Plan. We've now done the upper section. We now need, though we have the kind of the surface dealt with on the lower section, we need to deal with the amenities. Where's the parking? And does there need upgraded parking areas? There are trailhead improvements, bathrooms, picnic tables, you name it. We're going to kind of go out and look at the overall lower part of the Rio Grande and start creating a plan on that one. And then we got some implementation items from our recreation inventory analysis that we did a couple of years ago. And you could just read those. Those are part of a bigger plan. And then, as people know, the BLM's coming out with their resource management plan. Hopefully, it'll be adopted sometime in 2014. And we just have it on our list that we're going to work with them on the future plans for Light Hill and the Crown, and see how potentially, trails are going to integrate, or like habitat improvement is going to integrate, and how it integrates with open space and trails properties that connect to them. That's it, before I lose my voice.
That's it. That's it. It's pretty impressive. Congratulations.
Gary, on the trails plan that you're doing, is that going to include the winter trails for Nordic trails too?
Yes, we're going to try to include all of that.
All user groups.
Very good.
It's all user groups, everyone. We haven't kicked off the process yet, but we actually, just since we're on TV, we are doing the first meeting with the Roaring Fork Horse Council on Thursday night at 5:30 in the Rio Grande meeting room. We are going to meet with them, kind of put some maps on the table for the horse community to kind of say, where would they like to see future trail development, or what amenities are they missing, what trailhead needs, and all that stuff. We're going to do that, and the Roaring Fork Horse Council has been advertising it, and so I just want to get it on TV that we're doing it. Please, if you're an equestrian, please show up.
What time, Gary?
At 5:30,
Rio Grande.
Rio Grande.
And not to leave out the acquisition side of the program, although we can't name these projects individually, you're aware of some of them. We've discussed some of them in executive sessions. We are very excited about the number of landowners that continue to want to work with the open space program to conserve their properties, and we expect to have a very impressive suite of acquisitions occur in 2014 as well.
Yeah, Tim.
Just, I guess since this is a televised meeting, can you, Gary or Dale, say something about this magnificent calendar unveiled today, which I just had the pleasure of paging through, and how people can get it?
First of all, I want to thank John Armstrong and Janet Urquhart for putting that calendar together and making it happen. Here it is. Where all can people acquire their very own complimentary copy of our 2014 Open Space and Trails calendar?
Everywhere from Redstone to Meredith and Aspen.
You may need to be a little more specific.
We try to put them in post offices, municipal offices, some retail places, mountaineering shops, and stuff like that. So really, they're very widely distributed.
And if anyone has a problem, come find us right in this building here, on the third floor.
And then one last thing I'd love to do is we have very few times we have our whole staff at this meeting, so I wanted to make sure the whole staff because I might have talked about it all, but I couldn't do it without them. So I really want to thank all of you guys and just give you a little thanks for doing well done. Thank you.
As we go into the winter season here, again, for the public knowledge that our great Nordic system falls under the auspices of the Open Space and Trails program from Pitkin County. And so as the snow comes in, hopefully tomorrow, tracks will hopefully start getting set between Aspen and Snowmass, along the Rio Grande Trail, down through Basalt. So over 90 kilometers of set groomed trails that are free to the public, which is pretty extraordinary. And the other thing I want to mention, because I have the opportunity to look at it every day, the evolving facade on the Emma Mercantile building. And a few weeks ago, I went out onto the road and said, "What's that?" And there was just a couple of little lines. I couldn't figure it out. And then it's a drawing of course, the brick building down in Emma has been protected with a couple large sheets of plywood to protect those bricks from the snow plows in the wintertime. And I had suggested that it'd be neat to, rather than just have a blank piece of plywood there, is to have a facade of what the building actually looks like. So Gard Moses has been commissioned to do that, and you see the doors and you see the windows, and it's really wonderful to look at. So good job.
Well, thank George. We're glad that you approve of that, and we like to think it conveys the message that we care about those buildings, even if we are essentially forced to cover them up in the winter from the snow throw. But and Guard's been dying to paint a replica of a vintage advertisement on the side of the building for years, and we've declined that offer, but it's been fun to work on this.
That's been great.
Yeah. You could probably have, there used to be a sign, it said Emma with the date. That sign disappeared.
We have it.
Oh, you do have it?
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Oh. We should put it back on. It was hanging out on top.
We know where it is.
Oh, okay, I thought you had lost it. But otherwise, I was going to say, the guard could sort of paint that on top.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, Emma with the date.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Any other comments, thoughts?
Just a
between the boards?
comment.
Yes?
Just echoing recognition of the staff. I think these quarterly meetings have been, I really think we all appreciate the chance to take this much of your time 4 times a year. And the thing I was noticing when I listened to Lindsay and Gary and Dale the last hour or so was the collaboration with other county departments, community development, public works, etc., the most volunteers, the best public process, and we gave the example of the Gorge Management Plan, but there were others during the year, and the Upper Valley Trails Plan will be the next one, or at least one of the next ones. I just think the citizen participation and ownership and stewardship and buy-in to what's been going for a couple of decades is at its height, and that's something that will benefit the plan going forward with more and more volunteers, ambassadors, stewards, docents, whatever they may be called. I just want to say that as a big thanks to all of you.
Steve?
A question that I forgot to ask at the time, but there's this new trail app that's coming out that will show all the trails in the Upper Roaring Fork Valley. Is that part of this trails plan you have for the Roaring Fork, or is that a separate, is the trails app a different thing?
It's a different thing. It's under this year's, it's a recreation RIA action item, develop a mapping program and map work plan. And so
Okay, so that's the
app that's going to be created, because we had that on our list for many years, is to do these mapping things, and then somebody in the private sector decided that we should move faster on it and said they were going to pay for it, so it was great.
And we have an MOI in your packet to discuss later today on that project.
Anybody else? Well, with that, thank you all. Thank you, Board. Open Space and Trails Board. And Grassroots, we'll take a 15-minute break and be back here at 1 o'clock.
Powder Day tomorrow.
Thursday.
Hey, Dale?
Yeah.
Oh,
No, you're okay.
we,
All right, well, we just finished our quarterly meeting with our Open Space and Trails Board, but next on their agenda is a land use code amendment to create an open space master plan. And Cindy Hubin is here with Dale Will.
Yeah, great. Well, Dale and I were both at the, and Michael were both all at the open space discussion when we talked about the open space master plan. And you might remember we had that plan in place, or that regulation in place for several years, but the board at the time decided to sunset it in order to see how it really worked and whether or not it was something that we wanted to keep on the books. At the time, I personally felt like it was a huge leap of faith by the Board of County Commissioners and the Open Space and Trails Board and the Planning and Zoning Commission to adopt the regulation, which basically allowed negotiations to occur with the open space and trails funding and some of the land use regulations that we have in the land use code. And so it enabled us to work with people to individualize conservation plans to such a greater extent that it really did help on several projects. And that, we worked on with Billy Grange, with Cold Mountain Ranch and the Fales property. Those were the two major ones.
Those were the two, but in some sense, we did this with Capitol Creek Ranch and with Harvey, but we had to go through a much less
extended,
elegant process.
Yeah, I think some of those earlier conservation projects with Capitol Creek Ranch and the Harvey project informed us enough to know that rather than always modifying the code to get where we needed to go, if we had a provision such as the open space master plan, we then could go out and entice people to come in to the program a little bit more. And so we allowed the master plan to sunset. There wasn't a great need at the time because we had also, if you remember, in 2006 revised the land use code in some ways to reflect some of these needs as well, with the open space planned unit development provision in the code and the ag provision in the code. So we didn't see the huge need. I think now open space is probably seeing a greater need because some of the properties that we're starting to look at for open space conservation happen to be in key critical locations, but maybe smaller properties than the 160 acres, the minimum that we were looking at before. So what we're looking at is trying to find a provision that everybody's comfortable with enough to say there's enough leeway but enough standards so that no one feels like it's a free-for-all in any way, shape, or form, but in fact that we can entice those properties into some sort of conservation provisions. So that's why we're in front of you. The Open Space and Trails Board this morning had a really good discussion on it, about their feelings about the use of TDRs, the use of, or the size of the properties, the use of square footage, and what that means in terms of a conservation project, and how they felt. So I'll let Dale reflect some of their amendments they would like to see to what's in front of you today. But we're just trying to put all the tools in a toolbox that we possibly could have to preserve the properties that ultimately the Board of County Commissioners and the Open Space and Trails Board feel are significant.
Yeah, let me ask you a question on the size, because I'm just curious. You said you decided to look at dropping from 160 to 75 acres because you've identified certain properties that may be eligible to work through this. I'm just curious how you got to 75 versus maybe 50 acres, or where that threshold was.
I think Dale was probably more instrumental in that number than I was.
Well, and there's no particular magic to the number other than it represents two 35s. So 70 would have done that. And my thinking in making that proposal is simply that we want to target properties that have at least some development that hasn't been exercised, and seek to conserve those properties. If the lot's already fully developed, then there's not much point in us using this type of authority. But as we have done more of the big properties and we are looking more carefully at the smaller properties, I sometimes call it the connective tissue that's between the big properties. we're realizing some of the smaller properties have very important habitat or recreational connections on them, and it increases the number of landowners that we're able to engage if we're able to drop that minimum acreage threshold. If I could just maybe tag on to what Cindy was saying too, as I see the great utility of this code section, it was John Ely's idea back in 2007 to adopt it to begin with, but he had seen Cindy and I trying to work with these landowners and having processes that didn't mesh that well. In other words, if open space wants to buy a conservation easement, we go out and negotiate. We say, well, here's your 1,000 acres, you want to reserve 3 home sites on it, and we'll pay you something for the conservation easement. Well, that's all great, except that the 3 home sites they might want to reserve may or may not be problematic from the land use code point of view. And although the early generation of conservation easements that were done by my predecessor simply reserved the home sites with no community development review at all, we determined that sets up some tension between what open space has done and what the county's going to be faced with in terms of these permits. And so, starting with Capitol Creek Ranch, Cindy and I started partnering on these negotiations and trying to get everyone, the county and the landowner, to the point where when the deal closes, everyone knows exactly what they got. If there's a home site reserved there, it's something that's permissible at past 1041, and they know that they can actually exercise it. So without this type of authority, what you have to do is negotiate a contract with open space that's got a contingency to then go back around the block and come in with a land use application, and sometimes months will elapse between the two things so that people will get confused as to what was in the other agreement and why is there this provision in the land use application. In order to avoid all of that and minimize the burden to both the county staff and the landowners, this enables open space and community development to package these things up and present them to the county commissioners for a single review on both the open space provisions and the community development land use provisions. So that's the broad brush concept, and one that I think was very useful, and we've got several landowners, I don't want to name them here, but they have come forward and expressed an interest in working on similar types of plans in the future. So rather than wait for one of those negotiations to reach the point where something like this would be critical for getting it done, we thought it was timely to seek the reauthorization of this discretion in the code to undertake these kinds of negotiations. Now, Cindy mentioned that if you compare the code we had in '07 to what we've proposed, we've essentially relaxed some of the sidebars that were in it the first round, and also eliminated the authority to grant TDRs as part of this process. We discussed all of this with the Open Space Board this morning, and they concurred with everything except for 2 items they wanted amended, which are both in this subparagraph 4 under paragraph B, standards for open space preservation. And under subparagraph 4, staff had proposed striking the house size cap because, in my opinion, there are circumstances where the county might want to consider the trade-off between a smaller number of larger houses and the conservation benefits that we could negotiate in that kind of a transaction. However, the Open Space Board felt that the house size cap that was in here originally was a good idea, and that we don't want the association between the approval of houses above 5,750 square feet with open space conservation in general. So they requested that we add this 5,750 limit back in per home site. And secondly, they requested that we add a clause, whereas 4D already says that, subparagraph 4 already says that we'll be consistent with the underlying zoning in anything that's approved. They wanted to add and neighborhood master plans there. So those were the two amendments requested this morning. Beyond that, the acreage threshold we've discussed, elimination of TDRs. There's a provision in here that clarifies that up to the point that a landowner is willing to sign a contract with the county, that open space is going to defray the staff costs at community development, and after the point that the landowner says, yes, I'll do this deal, let's take it forward, at that point, just as in any other land use application, they would be covering the permit fees.
Good. Questions? Michael?
Run me through a scenario, an imaginary scenario of you've got a client who has 75 acres. Tell me, just give me one.
75 acres. Okay, well, let's imagine side canyon, upper valley, extremely high land values, beautiful scenic meadow that is cherished by the community. The landowner says, well, geez, I might be willing to conserve the meadow, might even be willing to let a public trail go into it or somewhere on the property, but I need this development approval, and then I need you to incentivize the whole package. This would give us the authority to sit down with them and say, well, of course, along the way, we'd be consulting with you and the P&Z and the Open Space Board, but we'd say, well, here's what we're willing to do. Well, here's what your options would be with approvals, depending on what those would be. Here's what the prices we'd be willing to pay. So we can, rather than wait for a landowner to come in when we're not necessarily ready for them and say, I want this, we can go out proactively engage them and say, well, the county would really like to see this conservation solution for your property, and here's what we're willing to do to help make that happen.
So when you say, well, here's what we're willing to do, what is that willing to do? You're willing to pay them some money for that conservation value. That's a long negotiation. And you're willing to secure their right to a house. Is that right? That's another thing you're willing to do.
Right.
And your vested rights can be extended greatly.
And your vested rights would be extended within this agreement, not at the discretion of the Board of County Commissioners.
We say
What-
20 years.
Well, all of these, on a case-by-case basis, have to go through the entire screen of boards that are looking at this.
Right, but you could, with some confidence, say, we've reached this conservation agreement, we've reached this house agreement, we've reached your vested right, and therefore the applicant is willing to go forward on this. And so those are some of your incentives, probably not all of them, but
Those are the primary two.
Those are the primary.
The dollars and the permits.
right, and the vested rights. So it could be a 20-year vested right or something like that. And so, what's interesting to me about it is that there was sort of a competition between community development and open space about, well, we've secured this agreement, but community development is not particularly happy with it. And going back and forth and back and forth. And that was very, very awkward. I remember the Harvey agreement in particular was very awkward and took a long time, probably longer than it should have. And putting these packages together is a good idea. In terms of the discussion that Open Space and Trails had, there's still some tension about who actually is community development and who is open space, because there was a strong prejudice. I mean, the board. I think the staff is clear on that. but there was a strong tension in the board of Open Space and Trails about their ability to regulate house size and their feelings about house size. And I have a different sense. Not that I not that I want to promote house size, but given that there's a range of house sizes, that also then becomes a tool, an incentive for you to work with. And once you narrow that range, you've narrowed your ability to have those tools available. And my view of the county is that it may be, I mean, looking at the county now, it's an exclusive county, it's an elitist county, and it depends on large houses to fund wonderful programs like open space and trails. And so you have to have, that range works well. And particularly in this case, you can say, on this particular size, on this particular location, this size house might not be appropriate, but perhaps in a small swale or invisible spot, it could be appropriate. So I'm not concerned about house size limitations at all, other than the range that we have now. And I think it's a powerful incentive, particularly on smaller properties, to get people to move on those smaller properties. So I disagree strongly with open space and trails on that particular issue.
Rob?
Did you want to?
Just to follow up to Michael's discussion, I feel like something I should talk about a little bit is the master planning process in the county. And the P&Z is going to be coming before you here in the next month or so to let you know that they've decided, well, it's also that the master plans need to be updated based on their timing. And the master plans for the communities, most of which are caucus master plans, should all be updated, I think with the exception of Emma, which was done in 2009. The rest of them are back to 2003. So we need to update those plans every 10 years and make sure that we do that appropriately. It's a good chance for us to re-look at the question of house size in those caucus areas for the neighborhoods and ask those questions. And one of the other things that we're finding is some of the upper valleys, Castle Creek in particular, and some of the upper valleys, Lanedo, the question of size as you merge out into the national forests, we have rural and remote in many cases, but in some heads of the valleys we don't. So the house size is not limited. So I think we want to readdress some of that again. And I felt like some of the discomfort on the Open Space and Trails Board's perspective today was that some of the members I think are concerned about those large homes right up against the national forest at some of those places where we initially thought might be rural and remote. So I think it's refining everything a little bit more to make everybody more comfortable, but also leaving those ranges that the neighborhoods come up with in the caucus master plans and thus approved by you. I think is a good thing to do. Flexibility, as you say, Michael, is key, and the demand has been house size in many locations, but you won't see me coming here before you advocating for a conservation project unless it's an appropriate house size given the neighborhood concerns and everything else we know for the county.
And I would just say it's almost like an oxymoron where at one point we're trying to entice a landowner to conserve their land, which means to protect it from further development. On the other hand, we're saying, well, we want you to preserve your land, but we'll let you build a 15,000 square foot house. There's something wrong with that picture. And in addition, I think a lot of these, most recently, a lot of the applications that come before us in terms of trying to get approvals for larger homes, it's not so much that they want to build, it's an opportunity for them to be able to market that property with a certain given right. And so I would agree with open space and trails. I agree with to allow the flexibility, so in some places actually you may want to have even a smaller home size of 5750 where it's appropriate, and in other places maybe up to 5750. So I like that idea of having the flexibility, but conservation easement, we're trying to protect the land. and I think we should limit that house size as well. You know, if it was up to 160 acres, you know, something really large with the original code, and it was at a building site that no one's going to see, it's not going to impact, that's a little bit different. But as we get into these smaller parcels, I think it becomes even that much more critical to do that. So those are my comments. Rob?
Yeah, I think like you just stated, George, I'm trying to get my hands around the concept of using community development as part of the negotiations for conservation to ultimately allow the owner build where we're doing some sort of conservation open space deal that we're trying to have less building. Better building, I understand, but it's that thin line of where does it become another method of someone buying a different approval, or an approval that may or may not happen. And so the question that I really have is at what stage and at what level does the BOCC get involved with these approvals or this negotiation tactic? Because I could see a similar thing that you just mentioned as an example, where you want to preserve the meadow, but you allow them to build somewhere else. Community development goes through their approvals as part of this with open space and trails. It comes to the BOCC for allocation of dollars. We review that deal as a whole together with the community development's involvement in that. But then later on, we find out that there's something, an illuminated fan or something there that's not appropriate for it to be built there. Does that study all happen before it comes to the BOCC? Is it a full building envelope, design plan, all of that stuff that's going to happen before they even get an approval from us for the conservation? And we may not think that the conservation is worth it after all that work has been done. And now we have open space and trails paying the ComDev fees for that work being done, not the applicant paying the ComDev fees for that work done. That's the way I understood this. So, and then it doesn't get approved by the BOCC, and we're basically back to square zero, but having used a lot of the ComDev's time to flush out this plan. So I'm a little confused as to, you know, what comes first, the chicken or the egg in the process here, in making the best decisions using our land use code without exceeding the boundaries of the land use code, which I think is really that thin line, to a negotiation tactic and conserving better areas.
Cindy may have her own.
One thing,
Yeah,
first of
okay.
all, I don't think we would ever exceed the boundaries of the land use code.
Yeah,
It's
and I
really-
think that's
It's
stated
really
here.
more process.
It has to.
This is really more about process and how we put it together to stylize it, if you will, through the process for specific conservation owners. The timing of, leading someone through this process is very important, because you don't want people to spend a ton of money if it's not going to go anywhere, all of that kind of thing, and we don't want to waste our time, and Dale doesn't want to waste their money. So we had worked out a process by which we keep everybody informed all the way along. I don't know if you can remember some of those. Some of you were here, and I can't remember who was here and who's not here, through a couple of the negotiations that we went through, but it was always keeping people informed all the way along the line, the Board of County Commissioners as well as Open Space and Trails, so that everyone was able to put their ideas into the pot before it got to the point where there was a huge outlay of money by the applicants and timing. So.
And what we did in our exec session this morning is sort of an example of that type of process, although that didn't involve consideration of anything under this authority. We don't have it right now. To some extent, the degree of commissioner involvement in the negotiation docket of the open space program is up to you. we meet quarterly, and I'm happy to come in any time for exec sessions. I try to work with John Peacock to always know what the right amount of information is versus, your time is scarce. But I'm happy to ramp that up to as much information as you'd like to have about everything we're working on and where it stands, whether it's one of these or whether it's not.
Well, it's the ComDev time too. It's the, okay, well, they want to build on this little area, and then we find out that their driveway is going to put 10-foot walls on a scenic area, and well, we didn't know that when we made this deal, and then they're complaining, well, you told us to build here, not to build down in the meadow. I'm trying to use that specific example, and then all of a sudden we're stuck with having made a bad decision because we didn't have all the information beforehand.
But I think the benefit of this process is to avoid exactly that outcome, because this front loads all of the site review, wildlife studies, slope analysis, and all that sort of thing, as opposed to going without it, which I don't like to do, or without this authority, what we have to do is bifurcate that process in a way that it comes before you in bits and pieces instead of all at once.
Somehow it all seemed to have worked in the couple cases where we did use a similar provision. And I think in some cases where there were real questions about some of the environmental concerns, if I'm remembering this correctly, open space and trails may have fronted some of that funding to say, okay, let's look at this for you and ensure that we're all on the same page.
But it's still a choice, and it's not unlike when we hire an appraiser or a surveyor. We're interested in this property. We're in the midst of a negotiation. We need information. So the Open Space Board, and in consultation with the commissioners, if you like, would retain ComDev as a consultant to help us get closer to an agreement with a private owner.
It also seems to be a great advantage for the owner. As you said, it's a process, so rather than having to go to open space and deal with them and then go to ComDev, you guys are working together with that applicant, so that owner is able to ask the questions he needs to ask and get clarification right there. So I think that's a good process. Michael?
Cindy, how many 15,000 square foot houses were permitted this year?
Were permitted this year? Boy, good question. Actual building permits, I can't say for sure, but I know we had at least two.
Two. Okay, thanks. Two. And how many total applications did you have? Do you know?
For single-family new starts. Probably in the range of 11.
You only had permits for...
Brand new.
Brand new, 11 permits, 2, which was 15,000. Okay, thanks.
Other questions or comments, Steve?
What is your logic in not having TDRs involved in this? If we hadn't had TDRs in our thing, it wouldn't have happened. And it seems like having the flexibility to do that in some situations might make a deal possible.
Well, if square footage is the issue, not the money, because the money would be coming from open space, so that's the difference. Rather than making up the difference with the owner selling transferable development rights. Open space and trails would be putting more money up front, but from a square footage perspective, there could be negotiations on the property where there may have been maybe 5 potential lots on a property, and an owner wants an 8250 lot, something like that, or a 10,000 square foot house. There could be some discussion about whether or not entire development rights go away, but certain square footage is assigned to one lot, say, for potential. Or you can get into a situation much like what you heard earlier today, where someone is required to go out and purchase their own TDR, if that's acceptable. to the overall development scheme.
And Steve?
It's just the money aspect of it, that open space is going to have to come up with more funds because TDRs are not going to be part of that financial package for an owner.
We made that recommendation because we've sensed that the allure of TDRs, because of the implications of landing them somewhere, is perhaps less than it was 10 years ago. It's not that I'm anxious to have to pay more in cash value, but nonetheless, some of these TDR landing sites have been controversial. One that comes to mind is that Bob Lewis's old house right next to North Star was controversial. I think the one on McLean Flats Road was controversial. And so there's been a sense, and with some of the Open Space Board trustees, that, geez, it's great to save the money on the front end, but then the next thing we know, we're faced with an application to land a TDR right next to a conserved property, and we're kind of shooting ourselves in the foot. So that's just a trade-off. I agree with you. It'll make it'll take away one of the incentives we have to work with, but I guess the question of whether the county wants to continue issuing TDRs the way it has, it's more of a policy question.
And then, interestingly enough, that will come back to us in the next month or so, a discussion on the TDR program as a whole.
And one more comment about the house size limitation. I kind of like the wording about having it be appropriate for the neighborhood and for the site. If you look at the Snowmass Capitol Creek Master Plan, where an 8250 house is allowed in certain circumstances where they have the right piece of property and the house can be sited so it's not like it fits into the neighborhood, it doesn't intrude onto the neighbor. And I could see say if somebody has 200 acres and they have a home site that would be an 8250 house could fit in there and it wouldn't hurt anybody, and the people might want to do a conservation easement and only build the one house on that. 18250 house would be a better option with a conservation easement than them coming in for a subdivision with 3 or 4 or 5 5750 houses. And so keeping that flexibility, I think, would be important. It wouldn't be that it would be a given that they can always get maybe their property's not a suitable place for that, but if it has the exceptional circumstances from our master plan down there, places could be appropriate for that. It gives more flexibility to you and in working out a deal. And I would think there could be more parcels of land that people would be interested in doing conservation easement. Also, I think I would just make it 70 acres instead of 75. You might bring in a few more properties that way. Yeah. And if you're multiplying 35 times 2, let's just stick with the 70, and you might get a few more projects that way.
I have to say on the house size question, my personal thinking is this, similar to yours, Steve, and to Michael's. I'm in the awkward position of having the Open Space Board with a different view on that, but I just add, I think there's some landowners in the Upper Valley that we're probably going to want to deal with, and I think for those people, that house size is going to be the pivotal question of whether or not they're willing to look at this as a pathway that they would explore with us. So it's also, I guess, a somewhat fragile question, because the question of what goes into the county code, I think, is merely a question between the county commissioners and the Planning and Zoning Commission. It's what this code would require before a project could move forward for approval is that the Open Space Board would consent to it. So there's some discussion there, and then I guess the final piece of that is we are on the agenda of the P&Z for next week. But I think we feel if we're not quite there in terms of a proposal that everyone is going to be able to get behind, maybe we would wait or go to P&Z for their input and come back with a recommendation later.
I think it'd be nice to have the P&Z's input, even if they don't move a piece of legislation forward. I think it would be nice to have their input, because they certainly have their own feelings about TDRs and house size, and as they embark on these new updated master plans, I think it's a good question to put in front of them. And yeah, there's competing interests on everything, Steve, with the transferable development rights. One of the things that we heard wildlife experts tell us in the past, sometimes a consolidated larger home has less of an area of influence than some multiple, but it really depends on the property. Each property is different. Each property is sensitive to different issues. So what the proposal in front of you does is gives us that flexibility.
And there's always a give and take, because what you're able to offer that landowner is something that they were not able to have prior, because we've lowered the sort of the way to start that process from 160 acres now down to 70 acres, which is big. And we've extended the vesting rights, which is even bigger for a lot of people that are looking for spec homes and things like that. So those are incentives that we're constantly being asked to extend vested rights. So I think with those two incentives, I think that you've got a few tools in your toolbox to work with. So, but I'm not sure we have we may have sort of a split board on the TDR discussion, or where are we?
No, I don't think we need to include TDRs.
And we're not asking for them.
I think that's, what they have here is fine. As an incentive, whether you can land them or not, that's important. Because I feel that the house size should be flexible.
Oh, the house size, I'm sorry, Michael, the house size. So Michael, yeah, so where were you on the house size?
Well, I think that
According to the memo, or just leave it open?
I would leave it more flexible, because I mean, I don't know why people want more than a couple thousand square feet. It's too much to take care of. In our case, I don't know why people love big houses so much, but some people do. That's just the reality of it. And if we can leave that flexibility in there.
Yeah, so it sounds like we're probably split, so I think we'll have to wait on that one and see what P&Z comes down on in terms of recommendations.
Right. It sounds like we may end up with just another work session before P&Z and then continue the discussion.
Yeah. Okay. Well, everyone's comfortable with the rest of the small changes? Yeah. All right, good.
Thank you.
One last comment I just thought of. Based on our experience the last 10 years with our family, and we're negotiating with Open Space and Trails, and we're negotiating with community development, and back and forth, and it's like this triangle of communications. This is the way to go. Definitely having this kind of master plan is a way better process.
Steve, it only took you 10 years.
Okay.
Well, thanks. I'm happy to have been able to have brought this forward and sort of refresh everyone's memories or introduce this topic to newer commissioners, and we'll be back.
Good.
Thank you.
Let's see, next on the agenda is the landfill rate tipping fees change discussion. And we have Kathy Hall here and Brian Pettit.
Thanks, George. I'm Brian Pettit. I'm the Public Works Director, and Kathy Hall is the Solid Waste Manager. and we're here to discuss our tipping fees at the landfill. Every couple of years, we bring landfill fees to the board to refresh them, and we base them on what the market's charging, base them on the economy and what we're seeing coming and going out of the gate. This year is a little different in that you'll see a much more comprehensive change, and that's based on going to a fully weight-based system. And this has been in the works for a while. I want to say it was 2010 when we built a new gatehouse and we put a new scale in that was much more efficient and much more accurate. And the idea was to go to a fully weight-based system. And we made some gradual changes since then, but today, if we get the direction to bring a resolution back to the board at the next couple regular meetings, we would go to a fully weight-based system. And so when we were looking at that, we also looked at our market system as well to see if we needed to adjust any numbers based on what we saw coming through the gate, whether we needed to sell more aggregate product, whether we needed to reduce the amount of aggregate coming into the landfill. And then we compared also to what our competitors are charging South Canyon and other landfills in the area. So what we're bringing forth today is really a two-phase tip fee change, which is one based on weight fully, and the other is to refresh our current tip fee charges. So with that, Kathy can talk a little bit about our process and go into a little bit greater detail.
Okay. As Brian mentioned, we've had a certified scale installed since 2010. Common landfill practices across the country with sites with scales is to solely charge fees based on weight. We've had a combination of weight-based, volume-based. If you've been up to the landfill, you know, if you have a pickup truck that's a large load, it's $75. And it really depends on who is running the gate at the time. I've told Brian I'm an underestimator. You want me at the gate because I underestimate volumes. Jack's usually right on, and then there's a lot of arguments and disagreements when people arrive at the scale and they're like, well, that woman last week gave me this much, and it's the same thing, and it's just all over the place, and it's hard to control. And the other aspect is it's hard to control kind of tracking on what we're bringing in. Tonnages, it's weight. We know what's coming in, we can track the tonnages. Right now on the materials we bring in based on cubic yards, we have to do a conversion. It's not accurate. You brought in a large pickup truck load. Okay, well, it could be insulation that weighs nothing, or it could be like steel, heavy wood, steel, whatever. So by switching over to a weight-based system, we're going to be better able to track, manage reporting requirements, as well as our inventory. As you know, we sell compost, we sell topsoil, potting soil products, aggregate rock products that go out. And that way we can have a better control of our inventory instead of relying on, we call over to the yard and say, Doug, we need 3 cubic yards of potting soil. Well, he's trying to estimate it in a 6 cubic yard bucket, and it's off, and we're having trouble tracking that as well. Part of the AIS, we did a comparison of our current fees, proposed fees, and I updated the table based on a conversation I had with Phyllis yesterday, comparing it with South Canyon, our closest neighbor landfill. So I put that all on one table, and you can kind of see.
So this is information they have, but just on one sheet?
Yeah, I put it all on one sheet.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
It's hard to flip.
Right.
But you can take a look, and you see our proposed fees. We're going pretty much weight-based. And under the current fees, particularly on the all materials in that middle column, it's all over the place. So it's really hard to tell. It's going to be fair. It's going to benefit the residents because I really believe we overcharge frequently on material that's coming in. You bring in, hey, I've got some few trash bags in the trunk of my car, that's $25.38. Well, that's a half a ton of compacted trash. It's nowhere near that. Residents are going to benefit because they're going to be paying the actual charge of what they should be. We are going to institute a $10 minimum charge, so you will pay at least $10 for anything you bring in. That's just for our management and handling. Also, we charge a 2-ton minimum on trailers. People that bring up a haul trailer in the back of their pickup truck, That's $126.52. Well, that's 2 tons of loose compacted or uncompacted trash. Well, I was really starting to look at it, I'm like, a lot of that isn't even a ton. So they're getting overcharged. On the other end, kind of where we're going to make up or benefit, the crushable material, the dirt and soil products that come in for disposal that we separate and eventually end up crushing for aggregate, that was $8.50 a cubic yard. Starting in August, we brought in, oh gosh, like $200,000 worth of material. It didn't stop. It just started rolling in. Elam across the road charges, I think, $120 a dump truck load. So we're going to try and match that, raise the price, maybe get people thinking that are just, oh, it's cheap and easy to dump there. Start thinking about, hey, let's find another use for this. It's a valuable product for us, but it's not our main purpose of business. So we really want to try and discourage it a little bit and find a better use or alternative, because we do have to crush it at a cost. And we were looking at the numbers this morning. We'll probably break even on crushing and the sale of aggregate. So yeah, that's my argument for it. We have already a scheduled meeting for the ordinance, December 18th for the readings, and then January 8th. So
part of the strategy of doing this was to make it objective and simplify a lot of our charges. So you'll see some of, if you look at the current fee, just take for instance the loose trash, you'll see a lot of different fees under the current fee. Under a weight-based, it's $62 a ton. So this is going to be much more simple for people to understand, and as Kathy's already mentioned, it's going to be objective. There's not going to be an argument at the gate on how much is really in the back of my pickup truck.
Michael and Steve?
So Kathy, explain to me how, because now essentially you go over the scale once, and with this method you're going to be going over in both directions.
yeah.
How is that going to work?
Well, a lot of the landscapers or the construction demo type of people, they're through regularly. We can get a tear-based weight. We actually have a lot of tears based on their trucks and trailer weights. Be a matter of updating that. So that's already in the system. We have their tear, we enter their weight, boom, calculate, you get a ticket, you're gone. Residents will be a little more difficult. They will have to come over twice.
Because it's just a traffic problem. It seems to me you can get a line waiting for the scale, and then if you have a resident, how does he get on the scale when there's three-wheel trucks coming onto the scale? I mean, it sounds a little complicated.
It does. They will have to dump their load, circle back around, and get back in line and come back over the scale.
So they'll come around the scale somehow and get into the back of the line and wait to go over empty.
And it's a common practice at many landfills. People do have to, they don't have a tear recorded, they do have to come back over.
Right. But we have sort of constrained space there. It can be very busy at times, and it's just hard to know how you're going to do that. So then do you keep that record of that vehicle? Will you keep it? So if it's done once, the person can say, it's under my name, or it's under what? Under a license plate? What is it under?
Well, we can track it under name. The Encore system allows us to do that. Previously, we handed out tear weight cards. You came through, and you're like, I'm going to be through several times. Well, let's give you a tear weight card. Here's your card, keep it in your glove box, and when you come through, just show it, and we can enter the tear in. We're also looking at an RFID system, which will vastly speed up things with the major commercial haulers and the regulars. It's a tag. RFID, thank you. 6 to the side of the truck, automatically scans, picks up, goes into our Encore system, get their weight, ticket, they're gone. Very little human interaction.
It's based on radio frequency, so there's no interaction with the gatekeeper.
So we eventually be sitting, and I can see that speeding up, like the commercial trucks can just pretty much roll through.
Okay, thank you.
Steve?
I've had experience at the Morgan County landfill with them doing it by weight. And it was amazing to me. It was just so simple. You just go on the scale. You go drop your stuff off, then you come back over the scale, and I think I paid them $4.50 or something, just some amount based on the weight, and it was so simple. But I'm picturing my loads all on the stock trailer with metal and recycling stuff and trash.
Those are the tricky loads.
And it's a tricky load, so would you let me go drop off the metal stuff? Because I recycle everything that's possible, that's just my lifestyle. Then I take all the commingled stuff and put that in. Then I'd have to come around and get weighed for the remainder, is that? And then come back over the scale on my way out to get.
We talked to South Canyon how they handled that, because they've been on a weight-based system pretty much for a while now. And we're like, how do you handle that, people with the mixed loads? They're like, sometimes it's just a judgment call. So, they got a few bags of trash in the back. You just say, all right, $10 minimum load. You just kind of, just to keep things moving. It's a judgment call. But yeah, if you have a lot, then yeah, you might have to separate it, come back around. Just go get your recycling done and come back around, we'll get your weight. Those are one of the tricky ones. And there'll be a few of them every day.
How will this affect the, currently, local residents are allowed, I forget how it works now, is it based on volume or weight? It's based on dollars.
$100.
$100, thank you. So that will stay the same, you'll just go through the weight now and they'll just keep track, well, I put in 50 pounds today, and next month I put in 150 pounds, wherever. It would just correlate to that $100.
Yeah, we're not going to touch that program. So.
Yeah, okay, good. Yeah, Rob?
I think the program makes sense the way you've laid it out. I mean, the big question is, how does this going to affect the overall budget going forward? And, we've been looking at various programs out there and expansions and that sort of thing, and we've been looking at a 5-year master plan budget that pretty much had a break even over 5 years, a deficit with our recycling program up front and a correction down the road. Of course, the big question with the budgeting of the landfill is replacement cost when the landfill is no longer able to be used, and whether or not there's any money to seal stuff up and find another spot or not at all. And those are all kind of big questions, but I think it has to relate to that somehow. How much of a revenue source should the landfill be, or how much of a deficit should we have and have it be subsidized because it's a needed necessity for our community? I mean, that's the policy question is, we could charge more, charge less, make more, make less. But the policy question is, should we be making more, or should we be making less? And what the final end game of the landfill is. So somehow I'd like this put into that bigger picture down the road. I mean, I agree with the philosophy of going to this scale method, but it doesn't answer the question of the bigger picture.
And this first year, if we do switch to weight, primarily weight-based system, we're going to have to see where things play,
As you say, you're losing money on
losing
some
money
things.
here, but
and
we're
you're
making
gaining-
money here,
Yeah.
where do we play out? And then maybe in a year, we have to come back and relook at it and adjust
Yeah.
the rates to kind of make us at least break even. I would assume the goal would be.
I think the good example there is the aggregate sales. You'll notice the sale price of aggregate and stone, the last page of the 3-page handout, is substantially less. And the idea there is to get this stuff moving. Right now, it's not selling real well, and we have a huge inventory at the landfill, and we're running out of space. And so we're reducing the fees, hoping this material, which is a high-quality aggregate material for our listeners at home, if they need any kind of rock material, it's a great product, is that we've reduced that price substantially to get it out the door. And we're going to monitor that. If we need to come back sooner than later, we will. But this is a kind of wait-and-see program.
Maybe do some advertising. I mean, I have a load to take to the dump and I need some aggregate. I can trade.
Yeah, and actually a lot of people do that.
Take a load and then take a load of aggregate home, and Would save me a trip.
We did have a advertising campaign that ran this past summer with Jack Johnson, who's now Education Outreach. He's really hit on the ball, kind of getting into those little niches that we just didn't have time to do before. So I can see us really promoting it. You know, we're going to be advocating, you know, regular newsletters, regular press releases now. So.
Okay, is everyone comfortable with this? Good, thank you.
We'll bring back that draft ordinance on December 18th.
Yeah,
Thank you.
we're running a little ahead. Let's see. We could take an early break now, or what would the board like to do? Michael?
I could take a 5-minute break for sure.
All right, let's take a short break now,
And go into.
and then we'll get John Ely down here for the River District update. Grassroots, we're going to take a short break.
Sorry.
Okay, next on the agenda is a River District update, and John Ely, who is our River District rep, is here to give us that.
The item was put on today's agenda just because the board members are doing all their various updates, so I thought it would be kind of timely to put it on at the same time. Didn't really anticipate having it off to its side for 30 minutes, so I think you'll probably be able to move through it a lot faster than that. The primary dialogue at the River District has been for quite some time the Colorado River Cooperative Agreement. And that cooperative agreement has finally been executed by all the parties, the Grand Junction irrigators, the irrigation districts, primarily OMID and Grand Valley, were the last ones to sign off on it. They wanted to make sure that the Green Mountain Reservoir Fill Protocol and the Shoshone Outage Protocol were to their satisfaction. I'm not sure if it ever really was to their satisfaction, but it was satisfying enough that they proceeded ahead and agreed to the terms of the cooperative agreement. There are some details yet to be worked out, but that's more of an administrative step now, and will probably be a lot less dialogue with the River District itself. The principal dialogue going forward from this point in time is going to be the Colorado State Water Plan. And the water plan is something that was put forward and is being conducted by the directive, under the directive of Governor Hickenlooper. His directive was to the CWCB to essentially try to get the last 8 years or so of work that has been completed by the various roundtables for the various basins around the state, and that work has cogitated on and discussed by the IBCC into a usable format to go forward to try to resolve the state's anticipated water supply gap. And that gap can be as large as 1 million acre feet, but the working number is seemed to settle around 500,000 acre feet, which is a lot of water, especially if you're looking to move that water east from western supplies. The governor has directed that a draft of this statewide water plan be produced by essentially a year from now, December 2014. And then that draft will be circulated and finally adopted by December 2015. It's definitely an ambitious work. It's definitely something that is timely and something that should be undertaken. It's going to, I think, demonstrate the differences in approach to the problem, at least for our population centers in the West Slope versus the Front Range. And it may even demonstrate some common interests in that the Front Range people might not be so inclined to take West Slope water if they know that it's going to damage the environmental qualities of the state as a whole, and the West Slope might not be quite so adamant about future Trans Mountain projects if there is an accommodation for some degree of protection of stream health. But at any rate, I think that's going to be an interesting dialogue for the next couple of years, and particularly this summer in advance of the draft report being put together. The water plan is going to focus on 4 different approaches to deal with the supply gap. And the first is what they call the IPPs, and that's the shorthand for Identified Projects and Processes. An example of those are the second half of the Fryark project. The South Side collection system was built back in the 60s or going into the 70s, and the North Side project has never been built. That is definitely an identified project, and it would surprise me if that does not get some attention and some impetus to be built out. Another process that has been identified on this list is PSOP. PSOP is the Preferred Storage Option Plan, which affects how water diverted in the Fryark project particularly, and to some extent also the Independence Pass project, is stored on the Front Range. And if the storage facilities can be expanded, either the current facilities expanded in size or new facilities added to be able to hold that water, then diversion capabilities change for the Front Range through those 2 projects, and they can realize additional water for use over in those municipal centers. Apart from the IPPs, the next area of emphasis is agricultural water transfers. And And that definitely has been centering on western agricultural as opposed to South Platte or Arkansas transfers. The other approach is municipal conservation and reuse of water that has been undertaken to an extensive degree by the city of Aurora and Denver, the city and county of Denver, through their Water Wise projects and their Prairie Water projects. However, I do not think that the emphasis is really going to be on conservation and reuse at this point. The driving force is to get moving on the already identified projects and processes that haven't been fully pursued, and the fourth strategy, which is development of a new supply. There is a very strong push on the part of the South Platte Basin Roundtable to identify potential new trans-mountain diversion projects and to put placeholders, if you will, on those water supplies such that they can be developed in the future. The biggest discussion is occurring around the Yampa River, where water would be diverted out of the Yampa River Basin, then into the North Platte, and then ultimately to the Colorado, and ultimately then to the South Platte. And it would take advantage of some existing facilities, and some new facilities obviously would have to be built and constructed. But there does not appear to be, at least at this point in time, a great deal of opposition from the folks in the Yampa Basin. They're looking to develop that resource and to have a marketable way to realize some sort of gain from the water resource that they have. I think that the Yampa folks have felt for a while that their responsibility is to let their resource flow west to satisfy the state's compact obligations, whereas other basins have been freer to develop. That really isn't the call of the various basins over here. It's just been more of a practical approach, I think, for determining the location of a water project. But nonetheless, that's certainly receiving the most dialogue. However, expanded use of Independence Pass, Fry-Arc, and the CBT, the big projects, have all been discussed. The only real basin that hasn't had any real discussion about a new Trans Mountain project is the Gunnison, and I think that's simply because the storage facilities in Aspinall are definitely viewed as a way to meet Colorado's compact obligation, and then to tap that headwater for Trans Mountain diversions would only diminish that basin's capacity to cover those obligations. The push for new supply and to conclude previously identified projects is somewhat logical, but the demand for water will probably outpace the anticipated timelines for the construction of a new project. I mean, the permitting, the NEPA review, the engineering, all the stuff that goes into a Trans Mountain project is huge. And to meet an immediate need for water, the only real logical place to go is to West Slope agriculture. And the primary targets for dry up will be the heavier users, row crops, orchards, those types of agricultural uses, as opposed to, say, alfalfa and hay, just because row crops simply use more water. If you can temporarily fallow or water bank or dry up those lands, you can realize more of a benefit and then try to reallocate that water to a municipal need. So I think that the next year is going to be pretty interesting. So much the River District, they're certainly a player, but certainly for the state as a whole, as this water plan is discussed and is brought out, I would imagine, in pieces and parts, as opposed to just being dropped out for the public to try to disseminate a year from now. I think we'll start to see and have a good idea of how it's going to shape up throughout the summer of this year. So that's the action of the River District that I would anticipate. One interesting piece of business that came up at the last meeting, which has generated some degree of discussion in the press and some participation by other interested entities, local governments, water developers, water users, and particularly ski areas, has been Scott Tipton's bill, which is shorthanded as House Bill 3189. And it has to do with a problem where Representative Tipton was approached by the ownership interests of Powderhorn Ski Area. As the board knows, the ski areas represent a uniquely valuable resource for the Department of Agriculture and the various forest districts and the various national forests within the state. They see it as a means of allowing a large number of people to access the forest and to utilize that resource and to recreate and also to maintain somewhat of a confinement of the impacts of use by a large number of people. So over the years, the Forest Service has had a strong desire to perpetuate the viability of ski areas, which is a logical outgrowth of their position in trying to get people to use the Forest Service lands without spreading out the impact of that use. What they've noticed over the years is that as climate changes and as ski areas try to become more profitable, the increasing dependence of ski areas upon their ability to make snow. And in fact, if the ski area does not have an ability to make snow, and particularly the associated water rights along with that, the viability of the ski area is somewhat limited. And certainly the profitability of it, if not its outright continuance. So Powderhorn Ski Area was up for the renewal of its permit, and an over-aggressive Forest Service representative decided to describe a condition to the renewal of that permit, which was that the Powderhorn Ski Area ownership interests had to convey their water rights directly to the United States Forest Service through the Department of Agriculture. Personally, I can't imagine that ever holding up in court. That's just an outright invasion of a personal property interest. But nonetheless, that was the position that was at least initially taken by the Forest Service in the review of that permit. So the ownership interests of the Powderhorn were fairly agreed that it has that requirement, as you can imagine, and so they approached Representative Tipton for some relief, and he has sponsored the bill that I just mentioned. It is, at this point in time, still co-sponsored by Representative Polis, but I'm not sure if that co-sponsorship is going to continue, as Polis has demonstrated and indicated some dissatisfaction with the way the bill is constructed. The bill has received so much, I think, discussion in the press and discussion by other entities because of its broad reach, rather than a bill that would simply prohibit the Forest Service or the Department of Agriculture from conditioning the permitting of ski areas upon the conveyance of property rights in the form of a water right. The bill went much broader than that, and it prohibits the Department of Agriculture as well as the Department of Interior from requiring any type of condition onto any type of use permit, which are very broad, especially when you consider the Department of Interior, which includes the Bureau of Reclamation as well as BLM. Any type of condition on a permit from either of those two departments that would impair or encumber any property rights of the prospective permittee. The breadth of that language was jumped on immediately by several Western Colorado interests to say, hey, wait a minute. In the past, when water diversion projects, Trans Mountain projects in particular, came through the process, invariably they had to go through the Bureau of Reclamation to obtain a permit to construct the facility, or the Bureau of Reclamation was actually constructing a facility that would then be leased back or have some other relationship back to the local representative of, say, a water conservancy district or otherwise. And there was placed upon the operator of the facility by the Bureau of Reclamation certain requirements on the operation of the facility. And in the world of Trans Mountain water diversion projects, that requirement typically was a bypass requirement. You have a water right to divert X number of acre feet. We'll let you do that through the Fry Yard project as an example, but you must bypass at each collection point a certain amount of water on an annual basis, or even tie that certain amount of water on rather than an annual basis to a point in time in the water year. And that's exactly how the Fry Yard works, and that's exactly why there's water in Hunter Creek, except on the extremely hard-hit years. So the language of the proposed bill was so broad that it could easily be read to prohibit the Department of Interior through the Bureau of Reclamation or any of its other bureaus from requiring that type of a condition on their permits. And so there was a request by a number of West Slope entities for Representative Tipton to make changes in the bill. And in fact, the strongest suggestion came from Summit County, where they requested that the language or otherwise encumber or relinquish or transfer water rights simply be replaced by will not be required to transfer or to sell their water rights to the federal government. That would be enough to allow other departments within the federal government to require bypass flows, for example, but would not be present a situation where an overly aggressive federal bureaucracy might require the conveyance of a private property interest for permitting a ski area, which was the genesis of the original concern of the bill. That suggestion amendment was rejected by the bill's sponsors, and so the language it appears to be relatively set. And as I mentioned, I'm not sure if Representative Paulus is going to continue to be a sponsor or not, but the bill is certainly live and it is certainly proceeding. It has passed out of committee. I can't recall if it was the Committee of Agriculture or Committee of Natural Resources, but it did pass out of committee and has been moved on to the House as a whole, which, yeah, isn't exactly a particularly effective work environment, but nonetheless, that's where it is. The bill has had some support, notably from Ski Country USA, from the Aspen Ski Company, and numerous other individual ski area ownership interests. It has been supported by the Farm Bureau, primarily for concerns about protection of private property rights. It's been opposed by a variety of environmental organizations, by Grand County, Summit County, Eagle County, to my knowledge, has not yet weighed in on it. It's been opposed by the Northwest COG, Northwest Council of Governments, the state of Colorado. And so my purpose in bringing it up now is because it's received so much discussion in the press as an inquiry as to whether or not the board wants to express an opinion on the bill and forward that opinion to the appropriate audience. The bill has received opposition as well from Senator Udall, who has stated he thinks the bill is too broad in its reach and would support it if it was rolled back consistent with the recommendation of Summit County. But I don't think that dialogue is going anywhere in particular. But if the board were to want to support the bill, then the appropriate letter would be, of course, to Representative Tipton. If the board wanted to oppose it, then the appropriate letter would be to Senator Udall.
So, John, when you first started that presentation, you want a drink of water? You said even when it was the idea was first presented to Tipton, the legality of that would be they would never have held up in court anyway. So why did the Powderhorn pursue it in this way versus?
I don't know, and I can't give you a completely accurate read on that. I would assume that rather than go to court and fight it and spend money, they thought that they could, get redressed by going to their elected official, and so that would be the logical place to go. So that's what they did.
Yeah. And so they're still supporting the bill with its new version?
Yes.
Yeah. And if Representative Polis decides to drop out as a co-sponsor, then is that sort of de facto that it will die in the Senate, or?
Well, your guess is as good as mine of what happened in D.C. I mean, it's fairly ineffectual Congress, all things considered. So I would think that without unanimous support from the state delegation, senators and representatives that a bill has a little chance. However, a bill like this has a far-reaching implication, and there might just be a great number of other people from other states that would get behind it and support it for reasons that have nothing to do with ski areas, but would have, say, reasons to do with water project development, or some other concern that's unique to some other state, and might find some support that way. It might be something gets fractured on party lines, or it might be something that is fractured on issues of development versus conservation. I have no idea.
So how would this provision, this new provision in terms of excluding the bypass provision, how would that impact Pickens County for the Roaring Fork Valley?
The bill as currently drafted, if that were to pass, I agree with the analytical summary that was put out by the Summit County representatives, in that there would not be the ability of the Department of Interior to require a bypass flow in conjunction with the development of a water project. And to put it in terms of Pickens County, the Fryart project is the clearest example of that. When that project was permitted back in the 60s, a bypass requirement was built into the operating plan, which was adopted by the Congress, which governs how the Fryart project operates. And as part of that operating plan, there's a bypass at each collection point, 3 collection points on Hunter Creek and dozens on the tributaries to the Frying Pan. So without that, then the project would have been free to sweep those various tributaries and impact the flow of the Frying Pan. But even back then, in the 60s, when these issues weren't quite so poignant as they are now, it was recognized that that would be an appropriate condition to put on a project such as this, and so bypass flows were required. And so the concern is that the next Trans Mountain project, or the next project with federal participation through whatever bureau, in Interior or in Ag, would not be able to do that. And because of the directive from the governor to formulate the state's water plan for going into the next at least 50 years, because 50 years population growth is the time frame that the plan is looking at, that it's reasonable to conclude there'll be at least one new major project of Trans Mountain Basin nature, and that there will be work to conclude other projects that have not yet been built out to capacity, Fryart being an example of that, and that without bypass flows being required by the Bureau of Rec, more than likely that bureau would be the entity involved with the permitting process. Without bypass flows, then stream flow conditions over here on the west slope would be detrimentally impacted. Now, in response to all this dialogue, Representative Tipton has said, well, I don't want to change the bill, but I will guarantee to the folks who have expressed these concerns, I will build within the legislative record of the bill the justifications for the inception of the bill, the problem that the bill is designed to address, and a clear understanding that the bill should not be applied to, in this particular case, Trans Mountain diversions, which is something. It's not showing that Representative Tipton is simply blowing off the issue, certainly. But when something is expressed only in the legislative record or the legislative history of a bill, rather than the bill itself, its ultimate utility can be questioned. In fact, legislative histories and records aren't typically examined unless there's something inherently ambiguous in the legislation that's adopted. And this legislation is like a paragraph wrong. It is simply not ambiguous at all. And so without that inherent ambiguity, the legislative history probably would never be examined. And so putting those caveats and restrictions there as opposed to in the language of the bill itself really doesn't afford as much protection as many interest holders would like to see.
Gordon, Michael?
Well, I would suggest that we get a letter to oppose this. But I'd be interested, where does the ski company get their water for Aspen Mountain?
For Aspen Mountain, the ski company gets its water through the city of Aspen, and the city of Aspen pulls that water out of Castle Creek and Maroon Creek. The ski company's water rights to service Snowmass ski area come out principally of East Snowmass Creek, but also the main stem of Snowmass Creek as well.
So on Aspen Mountain, they don't own the water rights outright, they have a lease agreement of some sort?
That's correct.
With the city of Aspen. In Snowmass, they own the water rights outright?
That's correct.
And at Highlands, where do they get their?
Highlands was, through most of its history, operating on an independent water right with diverted water out of Maroon Creek. However, now, after the annexation of the base village, I believe Highlands is serviced by the city of Aspen as well. I might be wrong on that. Buttermilk is serviced by diversion out of Maroon Creek that is a water right that is wholly owned by the ski company.
So they were worried about having to concede those water rights to the Forest Service, and that's why they would be in support of this bill, at least in its inception. But they're still in support of this bill?
They're still in support of the bill, and I haven't talked to anybody at the ski company, and it's certainly a little contrary to other positions they've taken on environmental issues, but they are in business, and they are in business with other people of with like concerns, and so hearing the cry for help, so to speak, from Powderhorn, they may have just joined in just to support that ski area, and it might be nothing more than that. But it's hard to imagine, quite frankly. I mean, the eventuality that the Department of Ag, I think, was overreaching to prevent down in Powderhorn was the idea that, well, what if we want ski areas to continue to be viable and vital, and what if a current permittee operator decides it's simply not profitable anymore, and why don't I just get rid of some of the assets? And high on the list of assets would be water rights, and why don't I just convey these out? So the ski area would therefore no longer really be competitive or viable, and the Forest Service would have lost a resource that itself wants to see continuing, even though it is this, partnership between the Forest Service, a public entity, and a private enterprise. And so they're trying to forestall that circumstance, or that potential eventuality of a ski area wanting to unload its assets and just walking away from the business. That's never happened. I don't think the economics are near close to being present that would lead to that sort of event, that sort of business decision by a ski area operator. Certainly not here, not now anyway. So, I can't imagine that the ski company felt any real threat to their continuing permitted activities being the conveyance of water rights. But on the other hand, people are generally deal with water rights out of an abundance of caution, and they certainly would not want to be in the same position as Powderhorn.
But at Powderhorn, the Forest Service could have taken the tack that they would be willing buyers of that water right. If that was, that would have been just in a business arrangement. It would have been either accepted or rejected, but this sort of expropriation of private rights seems to me a very drastic approach.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, very drastic indeed. Like I said, I don't think it would ever hold up in court. And the Forest Service itself, through a higher up the chain of command, so to speak, has already backed away from that condition, irrespective of potential legislation, and said, well, we can address this potential problem of ensuring the continued viability of these ski areas by some other approach than to have a condition on a permit that requires the transfer of a private property interest. So they're already going into a different direction, and wisely. But nonetheless, the legislation is still there, but for its broad scope, I don't think it would have attracted so much interest if it was addressed particularly to this circumstance that initiated the bill, this type of permit condition from the Forest Service to the continued operation of a ski area, I don't think anybody would think twice about it or complain about it at all.
Other board comments? Rob?
It seems to me the direction isn't flat-out opposition, but arguing the point like Summit has, in changing the bill.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And what I would suggest is putting together a small paragraph on that and presenting it to Tipton when we meet with him on Friday.
That's certainly a way to go, too. I know he's seen the Summit approach, and
Yeah.
and
addressing our concerns as a county, that water is a very important aspect to our viability as a resort community and property values and all those other things that we've associated with water in the streams here, that this bill could be misused in a way that probably wasn't foreseen by Tipton, and it should be altered beyond just having an amendment in the record.
Yeah, we can certainly do that if that's the board's pleasure, and just incorporate it into the discussions on Friday. Not sure exactly how much time is slated for that meeting, to be honest with you. It's relatively short, isn't it? Just an hour?
15 minutes to a half hour, I think.
Even shorter than I thought. So I know there's other topics of
I don't know,
concern.
you might
so-
stay here long. I think it's
The calendar
2:45.
says an hour and 15, I think.
Well, I think we should have a letter to give to Representative Tipton with our concerns.
Okay.
And I think those concerns we should also send on to Senator Udall. So, in a sense, I agree with Michael. I think we should oppose the bill as it's currently being presented. And these are the reasons why. These are our concerns.
Well, but I think it would be foolish not to address the fact that we could support the bill if.
Yeah, so
I mean, we could support the bill if diversions were strictly omitted in the bill.
Right. So how we want to phrase it,
Well, I think that if the board is amenable to that approach, then what you'd be doing is conveying opposition to the bill as drafted,
right.
but a willingness to support it, consistent with the suggestion that's already been discussed through Summit County. And that's a simple word change to not require any transfer of water right. And or if there's another suggestion to amend, but rather, as Rob said, rather than to stick the qualifying limitation of the bill in the legislative record, put it in the bill itself.
Yeah.
Is that agreeable to the board?
Is that good?
And
Steve?
The whole issue of the federal reserved water rights kind of running counter to Colorado water law has been a sticking point for quite a few different issues. And in the long run, given the U.S. Constitution and kind of the way the federal government can preempt our state law, how would the federal government, trying to grab water rights hold up in the court?
Well, the federal government has stated in the past and reiterated on many occasions that it will not take any action to subvert the individual water rights or laws of individual states. So that being said, the question is, how does the federal government function within the framework of the state water law system? And that's always been, ground for discussion, particularly in the establishment of national parks or national recreation areas and things like that. But for this particular instance, I don't think any reviewing court would uphold a request by the federal government through the Department of Agriculture and the Forest Service to require conveyance of water as a condition of a permit to operate a ski area. I think they just overreached on that completely, and the Forest Service realizes it now too, and they're backing way off of that. And it just would not be, I don't think there would be any chance of it being upheld, even apart from implications of Colorado state water law. It's outright taking, really.
All right.
Okay.
Direction?
That's all I have. And I imagine something relatively short and sweet, certainly no longer than a page, that can be discussed relatively quickly at the meeting.
Yeah, presented, given how much, what other topics we wanted to
Got it.
hit on. Steve?
I did have a question about the Colorado River Compact and the whole Colorado Water Plan. If there ever is a compact call right now, Colorado would have to come up with, I can't remember the exact figure, 372,000 acre feet before Utah and Wyoming have to kick in any water.
Right, and that's based
Which would be like draining Blue Mesa Reservoir.
assuming Blue Mesa is full.
Assuming it's full.
Yeah.
But the junior water rights that are mostly affected by it, wouldn't those be the water rights from the Frying Pan, Arkansas project and the Denver Water Board rights in Dillon Reservoir and places like that, or are the ones who are the junior ones that should really be supplying the
Absolutely.
water for a compact call?
Absolutely.
How is that going to shake down in the Colorado Water Plan, do you think?
You know, that's interesting. I mean, it's more like when there's a compact call as opposed to if, I think, and that's almost a recognized fact by everybody I've heard discussing the issue in any forum. The delivery obligation of Colorado is such because we have consumed beyond our compact share of water as between Colorado, Utah, and Wyoming. And so that makeup requirement is certainly there and part of the law. When water is required to be delivered pursuant to the compact, it will be delivered by virtue of federal law. The compact is federal law. It must be delivered by the upper basin to the lower basin, at least Ferry, and by Colorado to the state line. And it will be delivered consistent with Colorado state law, so that means the prior appropriation system and priority and administration numbers associated with each water right. So as water rights are curtailed, the most junior are curtailed first and the most senior survive curtailment, and the most senior water rights in the western slope are agricultural water rights and municipal water rights, like Aspen, some of the the earlier established municipal centers. The junior rights are most definitely the Trans Mountain diversion rights, the rights associated with Fry Arc are in the 60s, with Independence Pass are in the 30s, with CBT are in the 30s, and so in the event of a curtailment by a strict application of a prior appropriation system that we have in the state, those would be curtailed first. However, I think it's recognized by everybody that the Front Range municipalities are simply not going to be choked of water any more than Vegas would be, or any more than Phoenix or San Diego or any other municipal area. So the question is then how to balance the resource. What I've always said is that the flaw in the Trans Mountain diversion is that once that water is gone, there's no return flow, there's no reuse at all. It's simply gone to the Atlantic. And then when there is a compact call, the burden sits over here simply because that's where the water is right now. And the water is still stored on the Front Range. So, Trans Mountain diversions have to recognize that there is an obligation for the compact by the entire state, and by anybody particularly who is taking water out of a particular basin, like the Colorado. So in any year, a wet year, a dry year, an average year, there should be a bypass at the Trans Mountain diversion collection point, as well as any conservation efforts over here on the west side to attribute water flowing west to meet the compact call, which the compact obligation is a 10-year rolling average as opposed to any 1 year. And without that, then when you get that dry period, the burden falls unfairly on the west slope because water has already been exported into storage facilities on the Front Range. But anyway, how it shakes out, you know, I don't know. The renewed vigor of conservation doesn't seem to be getting as much discussion as a renewed vigor in coming up with a new project to divert even more water, which would exacerbate the problem for meeting compact obligations. So how it shakes out is going to be an interesting part of the discussion. Sure.
All right, thanks, John.
Yep.
Why don't we take, we'll get back on schedule. Why don't we take a 15-minute break? We'll be back here at 3 o'clock. And we'll finish up. Okay, we're going to move on to our memos of interest. Phyllis?
Okay, the first is a budget supplemental request for a future air service planning study identified as phase 2. And Brian and Jim are here.
Hello?
Good afternoon, Board. Jim Elwood, the Airport Director, joined by Brian Greavey, our Assistant Director at the airport. What you have in front of you is a budget supplemental request for Phase 2 of the air service planning work that we've had underway. As you're keenly aware, we did a presentation to you for Phase 1 a couple of weeks ago. We got some good feedback from all of you at that meeting about how to maybe massage and change Phase 2 to be a little more comprehensive and closer to your thoughts. That's what's happened here. This supplemental is certainly a large one, but it's very comprehensive, very time intensive. The number that I'd originally shared with you that I thought would likely be the number coming forward to you is slightly higher, and it's because we added some of Phase 3 into Phase 2, approximately $40,000 of not elaborate community outreach, but certainly very kind of core community outreach. Some coffees with the airport director, some outreach meetings to the EOTC, a couple of community meetings, that kind of thing. So that's why this number looks a little different than what you were probably prepped for going into this meeting. That brings the grand total up to $801,000. And the reason that that number is as high as it is has to do with the fact that we need to do the background work on the regulatory issues related to how the FAA plays into this issue. We'll have to take what we expect to be about 8 potential concepts that might be viable ones for us, and run them through a kind of a consideration process, due diligence process to understand whether or not they're ones that have any credibility moving forward. I'd expect that those 8 concepts will quickly fall away, at least a number of them. And one of the things we heard on the 19th of November was from all of you was that we want to stop spending money the moment that a concept is not viable. But I think it's important to kind of talk for a moment about that whole viability analysis piece. That's not just important, I think, for our community, which historically it has been in all of you, but in discussions with the FAA, should we pursue an option down the line, and that's the direction you ultimately give us, is that we need to have enough information in our pocket to be able to respond and say, we looked at that, and here's what we found. And this is why we don't think it's the best fit for our community. So that's kind of the direction that this takes us. The concepts that may have potential for you to give serious consideration to it toward the end, we're going to have to do a certain amount of due diligence on those. It's even deeper. And that involves doing some preliminary engineering analysis. We need to look at airspace and flight path data that might be pertinent to any changes. We have to look at some preliminary environmental analysis to see if there's something there that just isn't practical for that concept. So if this goes the way that I hope and expect it does, we'll be able to narrow it down to just a couple of options that seem like the most viable ones to come back to you. The commitment we're making, especially since this is a time and materials type of contract, is that it'll only go as far as it needs to go. And then it'll be back in front of you, and you'll be able to give us direction about what the next step needs to look like. So I'd ask for your consideration on this one, and certainly ready to answer the questions that I'm confident you have.
So, Jim, is this a series of different consultants we're contracting with? And did you send out an RFP?
This would be under our master engineering contract that does go out for public solicitation. Underneath that consultant, which will be J-Aviation on this project, will also be environmental, there'll be airspace analysis professionals, there'll be others that'll be working behind J-Aviation, and so all of this money, in essence, doesn't go straight to J-Aviation. It'll be farmed out to other specialty consultants that we need to make sure that each option is given the right answer.
So what was the JV Aviation, was that a competitive bid?
Yes. We follow a procedure that is compliant with the county code as well as the federal procurement for professional engineering services under FAA grants. And so that was advertised earlier this year. Brian led that project, and we did open competition for that work.
And then, given the extensiveness of this study, we talked about this last time, do you think there would be a need to go into a phase 3, and if so, what would that encompass?
Well, what we did was, in this revised amount, we've taken a good portion of what we thought was in phase 3. Some of that public outreach component was brought forward. And so the $40,000 difference that you see from the number quoted on the 19th of November to today is based on doing some of that website posting, a number of components like that, some advertising in the newspaper. It's not a heavy public outreach component, but it did bring some of that phase 3 public outreach into phase 2.
So then will there be an additional public outreach after you get this study back with narrowing down the different options?
Well, I think that's a decision that's probably best made when we get a little closer. I think that depending upon how the community responds to the information, what potential issues, what direction that you end up giving us may require some additional public outreach just to get the word out effectively. But I don't know how to answer that question today, in all honesty, because we're going into phase 2 where there's a lot of moving parts and options that are in process. And I think that the steps forward will become clear to us here in phase 2. And, keying off the direction that you give us is how deep we go into even some of these options. It could be, just as an example, and I shared this on the 19th of November, is that we could get down the line, find a preferred alternative that seems to make the most sense on multiple fronts, really starts to become an answer that seems like the ones that we may think is in the best interest of the community, or 2 of those items. At that point, we could convert to an environmental assessment and move through with federal grant funds and other process to let the rest of the things happen. If that's the case, George, then the public outreach piece would be a requirement and expectation of the EA.
Right, and it seems like, and I mentioned this earlier, that I thought that having a public outreach in phase 2 was premature because you've got so much information that you're amassing. You're trying to consolidate that down to perhaps a preferred option or 1 or 2 preferred options. And at that point, it would make sense to go out to the public, and that may become part of the EA. So I'm still a little confused or concerned that if you have what you're going to gain with a public outreach while you're still gathering all this information.
A great question, and I think the interest in where we've tried to kind of build this up is just to show some transparency and some access to the community along the way, so that it doesn't come as a surprise. And so that's kind of how we viewed this. If it's a little less than we're expecting, then we'll have that savings. If rumors get rolling and folks begin to think that something's happening that's not, then we'll probably need this money to help kind of make sure that we're getting the facts out as best we're able.
Board? Rob and Michael?
I like your answer to that question because I had the same question. So it's really a response to public stuff versus outreach to tell them about something that we don't know about yet. Because the study, I still find it hard for me to understand. I guess you're used to going through this in this regulatory environment of the FAA and that sort of stuff. The study just seems presented to us as so vague as opposed to having specific goals that are outlined for the study to accomplish. Like, if we are no longer going to have the CRJ 700 and we need to have a larger plane in here, how would we do that? Which would be a specific question that we would ask in the study. Would it be moving the runway over 15 yards towards snowmass? You know, is that feasible? And we're not asking any of those questions, or at least I haven't heard any of those questions being asked. So I guess my question is, are there any specific questions that we're asking in the RFP for this consulting to be answered?
The answer is yes. I mean, this isn't an RFP, it's a scope of work
No, I
based on an
understand.
earlier RFP, but the point is the same, and that's where we've listed in here that we think there's probably 8 potential options. Now, that's kind of just running potential scenarios through. The first step coming out of this would be to convene the group and say, okay, how many potential options could there exist if we were to look to add aircraft that would replace the CRJ 700 with potentially wider wingspans than we have today. That will be task 1 in this process.
Okay.
And from those, it could be 6, could be 8, could be 12. You know, we've been careful trying not to prejudge an outcome of this, Rob, because I think it's important that the process does kind of learn itself forward, if that's a good phrase or a clarifying phrase, is that once we start to look at those 8 options, that's what I was saying a couple of moments ago. I kind of believe that probably 3 or 4 of them are going to fall off fairly quickly because they just won't be practical or reasonably viable.
I'm a
There
little
could be more.
unclear as to what you're calling the 8 options. That's what I guess.
Well, they could be. Your example, Rob, of
They could be,
moving
so you
the
don't
run-
know what the 8 are.
I mean, one that's in front of us certainly is, okay, you could move the runway further to the west.
Yeah.
Well, that one has, it probably is more determined by airspace limitations and the physical navigation of capability of getting in here in bad weather potential and the obstacles that you start to accumulate. But I think it's important to be able to put that one out there and say, okay, we looked at it, we looked at the airspace, this is what it would do to our reliability as an airport if we did that choice. Could be 0, could be huge. My gut says it's probably big, but you know, that's part of what you have to learn in the process. And so those 8 options, Rob, are really down to things like, okay, do you move the existing taxiway over? Could you move the runway over and create some space? What are some of the ramifications that come from each of those choices? And that's where I think we're trying to, the scope really does talk about 8 options, but in the end, it could be a few more, but they get picked off fairly quickly because the brain trust goes, okay, here's what we learned from that particular idea. Next idea up. Does that help at all, Ron?
Well, I mean, I guess it's really the overlying thing that based on phase 1, phase 2 is based on a larger aircraft flying into Aspen. I mean, we're skirting the saying that to the press. We're skirting say. I mean, I don't know that we're totally skirting it, but it just seems to me. Let's call phase 2 what it is. Feasibility study for getting a larger aircraft into Aspen because the existing aircraft will be extinct in a short period of time.
Considering our choices going forward.
Yeah. Okay. I'm in favor of moving forward with this. I don't want to get behind the conversation with the public. And I think maybe the policy decision where public outreach may be needed before phase 2 is this something that there's a no-go with public sentiment? And I believe that our tourist economy depends on this airport, and I believe that these new larger aircrafts are safer, quieter, all of those things, more fuel efficient, and that we should move forward in this study. But we need to be on the right side of the PR with the public, which is calling Phase 2, starts by calling Phase 2 what it is, a study to see if we can get larger aircraft into this airport.
Just let me tag on to that, but isn't part of Phase 2, won't that also address or determine the ability for a second FBO as well?
Well, as we talked about previously, there's a number of moving parts here, and there could be a cause and effect issue based on certain options that may come forward out of this discussion, and we don't know what those fully are going to be today, because we don't know what a preferred option might look like. And this is the narrowing of the funnel to kind of get us to what reasonable choices do we have to consider for our airport going forward to handle airplanes that we can't handle today.
Yeah. Michael, then Steve.
Yeah. I listened over the weekend to, I think it was Roger Adams on Aspen Public Radio on the Valley Roundup, and Andy Stone and Carol Zachariason are guests on that show, and one of the things they reviewed was the airport plan, and they were uncharitable about it, even though, as far as I know, neither of them attended any of our meetings, but they were still uncharitable about it because it was so much money. And I think the comment made by Andy Stone was, well, that we just find ways to spend money, and that seemed cruel, because I don't think that's what we do here. We scrutinize and we're careful, and we try to stay within, we do stay within budgets, and we try to look ahead. And so that's the sense I get from this proposal that you have. But I find it, you've talked about viability and concepts, and it's only with further discussion that we're starting to get to the meat of this $800,000, what exactly what it is. And for me, the effort is to avoid an 1892 kind of moment, which is a change in the environment, a change in the regulatory atmosphere, which essentially devalues our airport, and will devalue going forward, just like it happened in 1892, the entire town. And I'm concerned about that. That's a real concern. But I would need actually more specifics. I mean, it's just very, I'd say you're skimpy on specifics. I just can't see my way through. I mean, I just don't think that a review of the regulatory environment, analysis of airfield and airspace configuration, is that $100,000? Is analysis of the airfield and airspace configuration $100,000? Is identification and evaluation of preliminary environmental considerations $100,000? Is a feasibility analysis of different options to ensure future commercial air service, including the likelihood of community support cost compliance? That's just not enough for me. I'm just really uncomfortable. This is a lot of money, and the scope here just doesn't, I would have a hard time explaining to the public what's going on here. And if I pulled this out of this supplemental request and said, well, this is what we're going to do, they'd ask me, well, what the hell does this mean? And I couldn't tell them. So I would like the board to ask Jim to go back and be more specific about this $800,000, and let's find out here before I could support it. But I sympathize with it. I think we need to avoid the 1892 moment, but I've got to be answer to the public here. And this document doesn't answer it, so.
And I think, I'm sorry, I'm going to tag on again. It goes back to my earlier comments in terms of public outreach. I think if we want to do a public outreach, this is the time to do it right now. Not outreach, but public information, so that we understand the scope and the budget, and the public will then be able to understand the scope and the budget. They may not agree with it, but at least if we're able to explain it, at least if we're able to understand and explain it, I've done my job. Whether someone agrees or disagrees with my decision, that's their own prerogative, but I have to have the ability to be able to explain my decisions, and I think that's what Michael is saying.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think, you know, we're going from phase one. So what do I tell people? Well, we got through phase one. You know, we had meetings in phase one. Now we have to go to phase two. And the public's going, what are you guys cooking up here? I think, you know, at the very least, we need a summary of the results of phase one, the directions that it pointed in, and then what we're trying to achieve by phase two. This document, I just don't think for $800,000, there's just enough here. It's not that I'm not sympathetic, but there is an obligation to be clear and direct and with the public, and so far I can't do that.
And sort of maybe along with that, maybe a breakdown of the budget, you know, so we have some idea. It's not $800,000. Here's how this budget breaks out.
We've got every line item budgeted. Obviously, it's a time and materials, so that's the expectation. And there are a few variables that we're trying to account for here, but we can easily supply you with supporting details for how that number was reached and what the expectations were. Now, the other piece that I think I heard, and I don't want to interrupt before Steve goes, so your call, Mr. Chair.
Well, you could just confirm what you heard.
Is that you're looking for some more details about the objectives. I think I heard that a little bit from Rob and certainly from Michael and now you, George. So those points are all doable. Do I think we've pushed hard on these numbers to try to make sure we've got the right amount in the right column. So it certainly is a lot of money.
Okay, thanks. Steve?
I'm thinking that a lot of, you're coming up with 8 alternatives, and I try to picture 8 in my head. Some of them I don't think are going to be at all palatable to the public. And we might as well eliminate them really quickly without doing a lot of engineering. I don't know if this would be part of it, but putting Highway 82 into a tunnel might be part of one option somehow. And I just can't imagine that the public in our community would put up with having the highway put in a tunnel anywhere. They're talking about doing that under the Garfield County Airport for their south bridge they're talking about. So it might be possible to weed the 8 down to the 2 or 3 without doing a whole lot of engineering. Perhaps bringing the 8, if you have 8 options, bring them back to us at an early date, put them out. I don't know if you want to put all 8 of those out to the public, but you could use our board as a sounding board to whittle it down quickly, and then perhaps we could save some of the engineering cost and only look at the things that really would be potentially acceptable to the community. And I think it is important to go to the community fairly early in this process, just so they're all going to want to weigh in on it at some point, and we could see the interest just in the discussion of the terminal and the parking garage and all of that. when we were looking at the airport master plan, that this is a hot topic with the public, and I think there's going to be a lot of response to this. There is definitely some sticker shock looking at the total price of this. But we have to remember that the money is all being paid for by air travelers. Isn't that right? Correct. And all the money the FAA would put into a study, it all comes from airport fees and landing fees and all that sort of thing too, and tax on the fuel, isn't that right? So it's not like general tax funds going into this study.
Correct. The airport does not use any local property or sales tax monies to operate, and so the funds that we're talking about today are airport funds that were generated at the airport. When we get federal grants for projects, those come from taxes on airline tickets and fuel tax, and exactly right, Steve.
So if we are looking far enough down the road and realize we need to do this study because we're going to have to go to a different type of aircraft than we have, and Rob pointed out the benefits of these new aircraft that would please the community. They don't use as much fuel, they're quieter, they can carry more passengers, so maybe we have more or fewer planes per day carrying the same amount of people. That's those sorts of benefits. We need to do this study. We need to try to keep the cost as low as we can. And one question, and then that's all I have. Would some of the things we're learning from this phase 2 study then be applicable to the environmental assessment when we pick? So we might be able to be prepaying some of the cost of that would then lower the cost of the environmental assessment later on?
The answer is yes. What this can be a facilitator of is to take everything that we've learned to date and be able to create a statement for the environmental assessment to take place. So if that's the path that ends up being followed, you will lower this cost by, I think, a substantial amount in the end, if that ends up being the case. And the environmental assessment would be assisted by federal grants for that, and so we would have a kind of a stepped approach. We'd have some seed money obviously in it, but at some point if an EA happens, you would transition to that and start to use federal dollars to do that. And to answer your question, Steve, about we're only going to pursue, we've kind of conceptually talked about we're only going to take any that are fairly quick, and I think your concept about being outside of the community's expectation of reasonable would quickly fall to the side, and it would only be, we looked at it long enough to understand that it had these significant problems that are not worthy of further consideration. So you have to be able to answer the question not just to the community, I think, but specifically to the FAA. And so that's, I said earlier, we're only going to pursue as far as, and then shut the money off on that option, because we don't want to spend it more than you want to see us spend it.
Michael?
Yeah, I mean, the approach I would like to take is to have a summary of phase 1 and the questions that were asked in phase 1 and the answers that we received and the possible directions that phase 1 pointed us in.
You mean phase 2?
No, phase 1.
Phase 1, okay.
Because we were all at the meeting and we saw a lot of that, but I don't think the public did. And I need a summary of that. And so So then I need phase two as a response to those conclusions that were reached in, or those directions, or those, whatever you want to call them, and how phase two is going to answer those questions raised, and those conclusions drawn, and those pointing to the future parts of phase one. How are we going to answer that in phase two? In very specific language. I mean, more specific than an analysis of the regulatory atmosphere. I mean, what does that mean? It doesn't mean very much to me. I mean, and it doesn't have a figure. So that's what I would like to see. I don't know how the rest of the board feels, but that's what I like to see. And then I can say, you read the summary of phase one to the public, and you can draw your own conclusions, but here are the conclusions we drew from it, that it pointed to a future that's changing rapidly, and we need to respond to that future in some way. And the entire town needs to respond to that, and the county needs to respond to that future. And that's why we're spending this amount of money. Without specifics, with sort of the generalities, I couldn't tell anybody exactly what's going on. So that's the way I feel.
Okay, did you, Rob?
Yeah, I agree with that 100%, Michael. I think that's a good direction. I think it's very important that you brought up the conclusion to phase one, which I'm not sure we got through our lengthy analysis of what phase one was. In essence, I'm making a fairly big assumption, which I don't really like to do all that often, about what this is about, which is our conclusion of phase one is that in 20 years, we've put ourselves out of the market because the aircrafts we have won't be able, no aircraft will be able to fly in here commercially, or at least not a viable aircraft will be able to fly in here commercially. Phase two is to answer the question that phase one gave us the direction to. If the only aircraft that's feasible to fly in here is a larger one, how do we make that happen? Can we make that happen? And should we make that happen? So I think it's quite simple to explain what we're doing to the public, but I think we need to outline that more, and quite frankly, I could be completely wrong with my assumption, because I'm not even sure that that's the conclusion that this board came to. That's my assumption of the information that I gathered from phase one, is we need to do something, or else we don't have an airport that doesn't just have general, unless it just has general aviation 20 years from now.
So I think we'll have you come back. I think Michael's summarized it pretty well in terms of what we're looking for.
Can I ask one quick question?
Certainly.
I don't know how pressing this is, so that's part of my question, but I would also make the suggestion that the conclusion of phase one potentially be done in a fairly short conversation with the board in a work session before a resubmittal of a budget request for phase two.
Yeah, I think that wouldn't be necessary for me. I think we could have a work session with a presentation and an MOI in terms of the summary of phase one. So we'll have a chance to review it. If there's any questions, we could ask Jim or Brian then, and then we'll have the budget presented to us for phase two. I think we can accomplish that in one meeting.
Good enough. Do you need it to be a work session, or should we do it under the budget MOI process?
This is probably going, I would suggest a work session. Rob would be the chair in January, so I'll let him make that decision.
Okay. Want me to make the decision now? I'd schedule it as a work session. That way we have just a designated time as opposed to an end of the meeting.
Yeah, I would agree.
And that's part of public outreach. I mean, that's part of public information, which is, I think, something that's lacking, and well, not lacking, but could be more robust.
Yeah. Good. All set?
Yes.
Thank you.
Do you want us to get up or go to the next one?
No, you need to sort of clear your head and turn around and
Go get coffee.
Next. You're still up.
Okay, I didn't know if you were really joking with me on that one or not. The next supplemental request is that we go ahead and pay off the last indebtedness at the airport. A number of years ago, we did an analysis with Tom Oken, determined that we could take advantage of these state infrastructure loan bank funds to lower our overall interest, and we did that. There's a couple years remaining on these two SIB loans, state infrastructure bank loans. And when we did the analysis, given the current interest rates that we're getting on airport reserves, that it made sense to look to prepay the last two SIB loans. I should be clear, one of those SIB loans was for the remaining bond from the terminal construction done 20-some years ago. And then the other one was for the installation of a navigational aid on the airport. So the combination of those two, if we pay them off here in December, is $411,500. We're anticipating that our future savings from, in terms of interest on the loan versus what we would get if we kept the money in the bank and what that interest draws, is about an $18,000 positive. And so we recommend that we go ahead and pay off those loans a little bit early, given that the airport fund has a healthy fund balance and that it's a smart financial move given the current conditions of interest rates.
Okay, board? Steve?
Is the interest you're paying on the loans more than the interest that's being earned by the reserve fund?
Yes, yes. As you know, overall interest on income is approaching zero these last couple of years. The interest on these loans is approximately 4%. So the net is to our benefit to do this.
Yeah. Given that, the best thing we could do with $411,000 is to pay off the loan because we're getting a better interest rate than we're getting now.
That was exactly the thought process, Steve. We try to pay attention to the details, and so thanks for observing that.
Okay, it looks like that's a go.
So you can't have 40 minutes?
Thank you. Okay, next, Phyllis.
There's a supplemental budget request for online mapping project, and Dale and Lindsay. And this was passed out, the revised
Right.
Budget supplemental?
Sorry, there was some confusion last week with the holiday on a portion of that, so we revised it to reflect the City of Aspen's portion.
Okay, so you mentioned this briefly this morning at our joint board meeting, but you want to perhaps go a little more in depth on what this project is?
Sure, I'll let Lindsay get into the detail, but I can only credit the work that Open Space has done over the last couple of years at Sky Mountain Park and other areas with generating enthusiasm from the private sector, and we've in this fall have gotten two of these sort of spontaneous desires to help us financially. The other one I think we mentioned before was a grant from the Walton Foundation. This one was purely spontaneous. Bruce Edkins contacted us and said that he has a family foundation working with the Aspen Community Foundation. He thought it would be nice if we had a map online that visitors could get to easily, and that's something that Lindsay and I and Gary were planning on working on anyway through our recreational inventory action plan. But this allowed us to jumpstart that, and I'm not really a techie, so Lindsay can explain specifically what we hope to provide through accepting this money and then reappropriating it for this purpose.
Yeah, so like Dale said, we had been looking at hard copy versus online mapping, And then this donation allows us to hire a consultant to move forward with the online map. And so we've been working with the GIS department as well as all of our adjacent trail managing agencies, so SKICO, Forest Service, Town of Snowmass, BOCC, City of Aspen. I think the BLM is the only one that is kind of waiting. But the idea is that we want to have a central map online that's searchable, that has all recreation data, not just trails, but as well as winter trails, the Nordic system, fishing easements, river access, the trail heads where you can park, and then have that data be searchable by user type mainly. So if you're an equestrian, you can search out where you can actually park and what trail you can access. And then we'll have the website built online and then develop an app that essentially takes the online data and puts it in an app format so you can use it on your smart device. And so we put out a competitive RFP and received, I think, 6 responses total, ranging from 17,000 to 84,000 plus. Ended up with Green Info Network, mainly because they have a lot of great examples, previous experience, and kind of what we want to do. And so, in addition to the online map, the City of Aspen wanted to create hard copies to still hand out, to have around town. And so we added the hard copy map creation as part of the contract, and that's where the $7,500 amount is reflected. I think on the previous version of this, that wasn't identified as coming from the City of Aspen, but the updated version identifies that as their portion. And then the remaining $28,000 comes from the online, or comes from the Etkin family donation.
So let's see, the 7,500 that the city's contributing, that's for hard copies, but what, I guess, how large a press run is that online? As you said, you're going to be able to do a search for a specific user type and trails. So it seems, would that print version be fairly large?
It would just encompass the City of Aspen. So
Oh, just within the City of Aspen?
Yeah,
Oh, I
just
see, okay.
for the main downtown.
Oh, okay.
And, Smuggler.
And is that like a one press run?
Actually, I think that this price is the development of that map, is the design development of the map, and then the city is responsible for the financials of the printing in a different capacity, I suppose.
All right, thanks. All right, other questions? Michael, then Steve?
You talk about online. What are you talking about when you say online? Is that a phone app, or do you have to have a laptop? What are we talking about?
We'll have a website that's a standalone website with the map, so you can access it from any computer, or you could access it through any smart device, your phone or your iPad or whatever as well. But in addition to that, we'll have an app, so you can download that app to your phone or your iPad or other smart device like you would Google Maps, for example, and be able to search and use the information while in cell range. When you go out of cell range, you will still be able to use the information, because I learned all this recently, but the pinpointing function on your cell phone runs off satellites and not cell towers. So you'll be able to use it when you're out of cell range, but you'll need to download the data prior to leaving cell range. So to answer the question, you can use it in a variety of ways on a variety of devices, really what you're most comfortable with. The caveat being, when you go out of cell range, you need to have downloaded the data prior. And then the idea is that it will be updated quarterly. It should automatically update off of the city-county GIS system, so that maintenance-wise, when our data is updated, the maps will be updated.
Steve?
The City of Aspen's giving $7,500, which you say is the balance on this new supplemental sheet that we got.
Mm-hmm.
And yet, there's more services being done because it's to make a hard copy. So aren't we, or isn't Open Space and Trails still going to have to come up with at least a portion of $7,500? Won't the total project cost be more than $35,500 with the addition of a hard copy map of the city trails?
Well, and that's the city's responsibility. Right now, Open Space and Trails does not plan on paying for the printing of hard copies of maps. We want everyone, if you go online, you can still print a hard copy for yourself, but we won't be providing the hard copy. The city wants to still, and I imagine it's mainly like in the hotels for tourists, places like that, they want to have the hard copy available to take of the city's assets. So that's what that number is for.
So they're giving $7,500 just to complete the $35,500. And then they're going to, at their own cost, in addition to that, do the hard copy?
Right, yeah. So our portion of it is $28,000, the portion that's from the donation. And the city wanted to, essentially it's expanding the scope to do the hard copy. So that's the $7,500 is the design of the hard copy. And then, yeah, they'll be taking on the responsibility, the financials of printing and placing that hard copy.
But then that's more, it seems like the total cost then would be more like $40,000 or $42,000.
It's up to them. I mean, it's up to the city about how many they print and how much they want to spend on the printing side, because that can vary on paper and all that.
But they're giving the $7,500 no strings attached just to complete the initial cost.
It's expanding the scope to, yeah, essentially the city, I mean, the idea of having this online map, the city actually was going to pursue a similar route as well, so we're combining efforts on that portion. The one thing that was left out of the city's original effort was this printing portion, and so they're paying for that outside of the online portion.
And we are not seeking to appropriate any of this.
No.
So your cost is zero because of the $28,000.
Right, yeah, we said, yeah, we want to accept it.
I just wanted to, the accounting wasn't clear to me. I just
Yeah.
wanted to make sure.
No, I apologize because the first version didn't include that.
All right, any other questions? Board okay with this?
Just a brief note that this is kind of new territory for us, and I learned in this experience that if someone wants to give us funds for something, we still have to go through this process of appropriating it for that purpose. The Open Space Board has requested that we come back next year with a policy that will sort of guide the use of philanthropic funds if we're lucky enough to continue to have these types of proposals come in. So I would hope that the next time we're talking about this, we'll also have a general policy that will guide how we're able to do this, but we do appreciate this from Bruce Atkins and anyone else that might want to help us with our mission.
Yeah, great. It sounds like it's going to be a great project.
Yeah, I'm excited.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, last.
Okay, the last MOI is Air Quality Control Division Regulation Revision Memo with Kurt Dahl, Environmental Health Manager. Thanks for waiting.
Oh, yeah. I've been waiting on the snow, too, so. Oh, good afternoon. So I'm here today to let you guys know the State Health Department Air Quality Control Division has proposed regulation changes as part of a rulemaking process. The process will include several stakeholder meetings with a final hearing set right now for February. As part of this rulemaking process, we're going to join with several other local governments, form a local government coalition to seek party status with these regulatory revisions. The revisions are around the Regulation 3, 6, and 7, which control the permitting for stationary sources, new standards or standards for new stationary sources, and then control of precursor chemicals for ozone from oil and gas emissions are the three regulation changes that are proposals. The coalition itself, we became aware of it after the State Health Department staff released their initial proposed changes to the regulations. These changes were very weak and seemingly well below target for what had previously been discussed at the Air Control Commission meetings around the state. Since then, the governor has, in a joint effort with the oil and gas industry and the Environmental Defense Fund, come out with a different set of regulations that are more stringent, proposed regulations that are more stringent, seem to be on target with more what was initially discussed, and the consensus seems to be that they're not great, they are adequate for now. But we still want to go ahead and be part of this coalition, one, because we want to have input in the process. As a party status member, we can directly discuss with the Air Quality Control Commission our comments. So if you don't have party status, you submit comments to the CDPHEA staff, and they present that to the commission. Party members, people who have applied for this party status, can address the commission at a hearing with their specific comments. We felt like that was an important piece, especially given the initial really weak regulations. The concern now is just ensuring that these regulations don't get whittled away, these new proposed regulations. And so we want to continue to be part of this. We also, being here, the stakeholder meetings will be in Denver, and we're not going to be able to make them all with winter coming. So we'll have somebody that's part of this coalition at those meetings. They'll be able to inform us on what's going on, keep us informed so that we can, update our comments as we need to. The coalition itself, City of Boulder, Boulder County, City County of Denver, and La Plata County are all members, and there are a few other counties and other local governments that are considering joining as well.
Good. Questions?
So, Kurt, are you asking for us to say, yes, you can be a party? What are you asking?
This is just an information piece. I think there were some emails going around about this this coalition and whether or not we were joining. So I came back to you guys just as an information piece, saying, hey, after looking at it, it seems to me that it's a good thing to do. We're going to go ahead and join.
Okay. Other questions? No, that's great. Good, thank you.
Sounds good.
Thanks.
What's next? Future agendas?
I have two items. One, on December 17th, the airport item, identified as joint meeting with Airport Design Guidelines Task Force, has been moved to January 14th at the consultant's request. So that change came after your packet was prepared. The other, we were looking at the December 18th regular meeting. And it is pretty full. Suzanne was talking about the TDR update and that it's informational only, and she believes that's going to be a limited discussion, and we'd have the option at that time to decide how much time to devote to it. The greenhouse and the floodplain code amendments are going to be second readings, so hopefully they won't take a lot of time.
Well, the greenhouse land use code amendments, that's a second reading, but that'd be a public hearing. I know the first reading is not a public hearing,
right.
So that will take some time. And rather than sort of decide how much time we want to devote to the TDR program December 18th, I just assume move it to a date in January where we're not as crunched. This is a long agenda. Some of this will go quickly, but others may take longer. And I know staff always tries to sort of get things done by the end of the year, but in this case, I don't think there's a real sense of urgency, so I would just move it to January.
And it looks like the River Rock applicants are not going to continue again, so they will go on December 18th
Yeah,
too.
so there's, yeah.
So we'll move the TDR update into January.
Okay.
And those are the only two items I had.
All right, Board, any future agendas? Steve?
I know that, Rob, you're going to be gone at the beginning, sometime in the beginning of January.
The beginning and the middle.
I just wondered if we should.
I'm missing the regular meeting on the 8th. I'll be here on the 7th. And I'll be out the week of the 21st.
if we have those noted, right?
And I know there was a discussion about who's going to be chair of those times, and one possibility was George would be the chair then, and I would be the vice chair during the next year. So then the question would be, do I run the meeting or does George? Or do we have to decide yet?
You don't have to decide. I mean, in January 7th, we'll make board appointments. We'll appoint the new chair. That new chair would take effect on January 8th. If Rob's not here, the vice chair assumes that role. If for whatever reason you don't want to do that on the 8th, I'll be happy to do that. We could discuss that on the 7th. Yeah. Anything else on future agendas? Okay, let's go on to board reports. Northwest COG?
We meet on Thursday for mainly budget wrap-up. The Economic Development District, I just signed some papers yesterday. We got fully funded from our federal grant, $116,000, I believe it was, or maybe $119,000, most of which we're going to put towards that broadband phase 2 aspect. That's really it.
Okay, and rural region?
Nothing to report. We'll secure that budget tomorrow too, but it's just a small budget within Northwest COG. On Thursday.
All right, core, we had a quarterly update on the budget, and I'll announce tomorrow again. We talked about the new program that's going to kick off, which is CORE's REACH program. This is going to provide $2,500 to income qualified homeowners. That program kicks off, and our goal is to reach 30 homeowners in Pickens County. And so this is pretty exciting to help low to mid-income households look at energy savings opportunities. QQ, Rachel's not here. Anybody go to QQ? No? CCI, Steve? Of course, they're at the winter conference right now.
The CCI annual meeting, winter meeting is going on right now, and I'm sure Rachel will have a report on the up-to-date things from that. I don't have any up-to-date information.
Okay. PSI 70, I thought we took that off. How did that come back on?
Yeah.
Where did that come from, Phyllis?
It's not in my minutes, so.
So I don't think we're even a member anymore on that.
No, I'm going to guess that was an error because it's not in my list.
All right. Club 420, that would be Rachel. She's not here. The Colorado River Roundtable discussion, we heard some of that from John Neely earlier.
And I think probably the most important thing from that has to do with the white paper, which the roundtable, each of the basin roundtables is coming up with the principles that they want for their own basin. And the Colorado River Basin has said that they don't want any more water diverted out of our basin to any place else. And that runs completely counter to what some of the other roundtables who want to divert more water from the Colorado River Basin. So that's going to be a sticking point in negotiating with the rest of the state, obviously, on the Colorado Water Plan. That's the gist of the whole thing, is everybody has a gap, including the western slope. There's not enough water on the western slope for our future needs. And the east slope basins want to divert more water from the Colorado River Basin, or possibly from the Yampa or the Gunnison, but all that, of course, feeds into the main stem of the Colorado eventually. So that's the crux of the issue that will have to be decided, is how, are there going to be any more projects diverting water from our basin? And if there are, how are we compensated for it? Where is the water going to actually come from? It could potentially involve ag dry up in our basin, not just ag dry up on the South Platte and places like it's happening now.
Okay. Where are we? Ruapa.
One of the major things was that Garfield County is going to withdraw from Ruapa for budgetary reasons, I say. Which is unfortunate because it's a forum where a lot of jurisdictions can talk to each other. And so we wrote a letter to Garfield County asking them not to do that, to reconsider, but I don't think they are going to reconsider, so. That was unfortunate, because it's a 30-year-old multi-jurisdictional organization that there's really the first really multiple valley-wide, multiple jurisdiction entity. To have someone withdraw with the excuse of not enough money to pay the dues, which are about $10,000. It's hard to believe that Garfield County's $10,000 short. So that's unfortunate. ACRA, they were very grateful for the support from the commissioners on the immigration thing. Steve went to that. And, they're having a retreat today. I couldn't attend, so. RAFTA, which just went through their budget, and BRT is going well. Anything else, George?
I don't think so. Mainly budget wrapped up. Yeah. Okay.
That's about it.
Didn't Garfield County bought a lot of water out of Rudai from this last?
I don't know how much they bought, but I don't know what their problem is. They just don't want to participate.
Okay, thanks.
If all the water's sold out of Rudai now, isn't it?
It's all under contract, yes.
And so what's the function at this point of the Rudai water?
Well, there's still the function of, well, first, for one thing, one of the most active programs that RUAP is involved in is the aquatic nuisance species program, which nobody else would do. Not a soul. And so that's important. It's important for the health of the reservoir, and it's important for the generation of hydropower. Because if the turbines and the intake get infested with mussels, they'll have to send somebody down there on a regular basis to clean out the intake, which is probably not going to happen. So they just have to shut down the hydroelectric. So there's an ongoing supervision. And then you have the issue of flows to supply those users of that water through the frying pan. So the tension there is it just a plumbing feature? Is the frying pan just a plumbing feature? Or is it a natural feature? And how do you balance those two? And RUAPA plays a big part in that. So those are some of the things that we will continue to do.
Very vital function then.
Nordic Council?
Nordic Council met because our schedule is off a week this month. It overlapped with our meeting this month, so I couldn't attend. Nordic Council is planning an emergency meeting for this Thursday to discuss a proposal for fat tire biking on the Nordic Trail system. And the talk is to make a new trail maybe around the Moore property that would be like adjoining the skiing trail, but it would be for people walking and people on the fat tire bikes to have a dedicated trail they could go on, so they wouldn't be on the regular Nordic trails. So that's what the meeting this Thursday is going to discuss. And I think these fat tire bikes going on the Nordic trails will be a discussion for a long time to come.
We had that discussion a year ago with Open Space because actually the Nordic Council, of course, is just an advisory council to Open Space, which is an advisory to the BOCC. So any recommendations from the Nordic Council has to go to the Open Space and Trails Board and then probably eventually to us if it's a budgetary requirement. So sometimes in order to council, I used to have to continue to remind them that they're just an advisory entity, and we thank them for that, but you have to sort of remind them that they can't, they're not decision makers.
I will be there on Thursday, and I'll remind them of that if necessary.
Right, and sometimes they get carried away, they forget.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, thanks. The Intermountain TPR, I mentioned that quick update at our joint session with City Council in terms of how we're in the process of just prioritizing for the year 2040, and suggested City Council push up their priority for the entrance to Aspen from low to at least moderate, to at least stay on the scope of future work. So with that, we're done with board reports. We're on to open discussion. Phyllis, do you have anything?
I don't have anything.
Oh, there's an opening comment. Anybody else have anything for open discussion? Seeing none, we can adjourn for today, and we'll be here tomorrow at noon for our regular meeting. Thank you, Grassroots.